Brown.
I don't think they had any.
Hi, Nancy. Can you hear me on the microphone? Excellent. It's all coming together.
I know he and I had a little back and forth, things like.
Commissioner Holstrom, while you get plugged in, should I give you a minute? You're so close. Yeah, or we could just start, but we'll get you situated. We're gonna give Chris just a minute here to get rigged. She's rigging to flip.
Strange, but hey.
Nice work on the radio last night,
Yes.
guys.
All right, gang.
Good morning, everyone. Today is Wednesday, December 18th, 2024, and this is a regular meeting of the San Miguel County Board of County Commissioners. Present in the room with me is Commissioner Chris Holstrom, and on the Zoom is Commissioner Ann Brown. Good morning, Ann. We also have a number of staff and members of the public with us. We will open our meeting with a moment of silence for grounding and gratitude. Thank you, everyone. We're lucky to be here. Next on our agenda is a review of the agenda. And commissioners, I do have a couple suggested changes. The first is I propose that we pull item 6M on the consent agenda, M as in mother, because we do not have the appropriate attachment and we can delay that until January 8th. So with your permission, I suggest we pull M as in mother. Any concerns there? And the other is a addition in 6N as in nothing on the consent agenda, and that is to add the word wine after malt beverage. And that's just an effort to clarify that the Society Conoco does indeed have a license to sell both fermented malt beverages and wine, that has been in place for some time and that we'd like to continue it. And Carmen and I are going to double check at the state level that everything that they send us, which we are quoting in our language, includes wine. And we just wanted to simplify at our end and make sure that we had all the right language here so that if we do have to crawl back up towards the state, that we've got all of our ducks in a row. Is that all right with you to add the word and wine, add the words and wine after malt beverage?
Indeed.
Great. In that case, the only other, nope, we're going to continue as is. No other changes from me. Mike.
We had anticipated meeting with our new Congressman, Jeff Hurd.
Thank you.
He's unfortunately not available. He will be jumping on to a meeting. I sent it out last night in January.
Great. So we'll delay a visit with Mr. Hurd until a more convenient time.
Yes, and I also want to make the board aware that under item 7B, the certification of levies, that the backup for that was received a little bit late. So we will have that item and we'll go through those details and then ratify at a future meeting. But we will cover that item and ask for the board's acceptance or concerns.
Thank you, Mike. And the reason that we're moving that way is because there is a deadline of December 21st, correct? Got it. We do want to hit that state deadline.
Yes.
Excellent. Any other thoughts on the agenda, commissioners? Commissioner Brown.
Good morning. Sorry not to be there, but I woke up with a cold and I am protecting you all, particularly since it is the holiday season. I'm sorry not to be there. I just had a question regarding 6E.
Yes.
acceptance of 2024 nonprofit end of year reports. I think this might be a question for Carmen. I remember in the past, we had some trouble collecting those, and I just wondered how we're doing on those this year. I didn't like check our list to see if all of those reports were there, but how's that coming?
It actually is pretty good. We have, we received a couple, I think 3 late that weren't included in the packet, but people have been pretty quick to turn those around and get those to us. And I just wanted to put them in the packet because it's so amazing what is happening in our communities and the work that's being done. But yeah, I think we have every one except 1 or 2 that we're still waiting for an update on.
Okay, and I imagine that you're chasing those down because that's a requirement if they want to get funding next year. Is that right?
That's correct. So before they will receive their funding for 2025, that will need to be submitted.
Perfect. Good. Thank you for managing all of that. I agree with you. It's just remarkable how much is going on in our community. And we wouldn't be the healthy community we are without all of these nonprofits that do this important work. And I'm happy that we can help support them.
Great. I'm going to take a step back and make sure that we keep space for public comment for items not on the agenda. If there is anybody in the Zoom call who would care to speak about something that isn't on today's agenda, now is your opportunity. I will scan the Zoom call for hands up. Not seeing any. All right, gone. We are on to item 6, which is the consent agenda. We've determined we're pulling M as in mother, and we've made a change to N. Unless there is discussion, I'd entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve the consent agenda with the removal of M and the addition of, is it malt and wine? Is that-
Yes, malt beverages and wine.
To item N.
Thank you, Commissioner. Is there a second?
Second.
Great. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Motion carries on to item 7A, which is a public hearing, which is consideration of a resolution increasing the 2024 budget appropriations for San Miguel County. This is resolution 2024-63 and the San Miguel County Solid Waste Disposal District resolution 2024-64. Ramona and Paige are with us on the Zoom. And Jared Biggs is with us in person. I'm not sure who would care to open.
I think, let me get to that agenda item. So this one is a supplemental budget amendment for the end of the year. This is kind of our commonplace as we've talked throughout the year about making changes to the budget. We've kind of compiled all of those together, figured out what our final tally is, and compiled that into this resolution. So a few notable items, and I would encourage Paige and Ramona to chime in because they're the ones who did all the work on this. But I know a couple of notable items were, as noted in here, were sales for the livestock sale, the 4-H livestock sale. That's something that we didn't previously put on the book, so to speak. And so we are including that as a revenue and an expense, and accordingly, we have to increase our appropriations to cover those expenses. There's some other items, I think some overtime budgets that went slightly over that needed to small corrections. And what can you speak to anything else that is notable, Ramona?
Good morning, Commissioners. No, I think that is correct. I will state, though, that this is a hard time to do this because we are still in the process of processing transactions, and we do have a 60-day readout period, meaning we can still post back to our books for expenses incurred in 2024. We still have like 60 days to do that in the new year. So this is our best guess of where we're going to be given the information we have now and with the projections that were submitted with the budget process. Now, how that actually ends up, we don't know, but this is, our best guess as of today. So will we hit that target? Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. But at the end of the day, when that run out period is exhausted, we want to make sure that we are not deficit spending, meaning that we haven't established an appropriation level that would cover any anticipated expenditures. So it is a snapshot in time, but it is our best guess given the information we currently have.
Thanks, Ramona. Commissioners, do you have any questions for Ramona or for Jared?
Nope, just appreciation again. Your best guess is the best we can do, and that we know it's got a lot of experience behind it.
Commissioner Brown?
Yeah, just process-wise, Ramona, does that mean that once we get through that 60 days of 2025, we'll have like a final supplemental budget appropriation, or does that happen during the audit period?
So there will not be a secondary supplemental appropriation process that I anticipate at this time, that the supplemental will cover everything that we're anticipating.
Okay,
These final numbers, once we get done transacting at the run out period, is the information that is given to the auditors for them to prepare the financial statements. And if they determine that there wasn't appropriate appropriations or anything during the audit process, then that is brought to our attention as a part of the audit review.
I understand. I have one other question. I remember last year, because we got some nice backfill money from the state because of the adjustment to property tax collections, we kind of we had kind of docked, if you will, the early childhood care fund and the mental health services fund in order to provide some tax relief to our constituents or, residents. And then we had decided to share with them a lot of the backfill money that we received. And when I look on page 2 at the early childhood care fund and the mental health services fund, it looks like a lot less than I thought we had kind of given them mid-year. And so I'm just wondering what the difference in those numbers is. Do you know what I'm asking, Ramona?
I do. So the backfills that we reallocated to those 2 specific funds is on the revenue side. It was money that we received as revenue in the general fund that we just transferred into there. The monies that you're seeing on page 2, those amounts, those are for expenditures that those funds have incurred. So it's 2 different, it's revenues versus expenditures. So what you're seeing here is we need to increase the appropriation because they went over the appropriation levels, and that backfill is money that's going into their fund balance, but it's not an expenditure from those funds. And there was sufficient appropriation in the general fund to cover those transfers as an expense out of the general fund.
Okay, so did they spend over and above what we initially allocated and then the backfill that we provided or that we, passed on to them? Or is that why we have these lines?
I can't definitively say if one was directly related to the other. What we all look at is what their operating expenditures were versus based on their original budget that they submitted for 2024. It could be partially related. I just don't know those fine details.
Sure. Okay. All right. Thank you, Ramona. Those are my only questions.
Seeing no more questions, we need to make a motion to approve resolution 2024-63 and 2024-64. But before we do that, I'd like to open the public hearing. And with that, the public hearing is open. Anybody who would care to speak on this matter, please raise your hand. And if no one cares to speak, then we will proceed with a motion, but I'll give it another 4 or 5 seconds in case someone's trying to push buttons out there. Not seeing any hands up. In that case, I will close the public hearing and we'll move on to a motion. Commissioner Holstrom, can you frame that motion for us?
I can.
Thank you.
Let's see, move to approve resolutions increasing the 2024 budget appropriations for San Miguel County. Resolution 2024-63 and the San Miguel County Solid Waste Disposal District Resolution 2024-64 as presented.
Second.
Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Commissioner Brown, are you with us?
All right, sorry.
I as well. Thank you very much. Motion carries unanimously on to item 7B, which is to consideration of certifying levies and revenue for all taxing entities for the year 2025. Again, we've got Ramona, we've got Paige, and we've got Jared.
So can I just ask a quick question? Mike, I didn't can you clarify your statement about needing to ratify this signature? Or Jared, somebody, I was confused on that. Can you help me with that?
Sure, yeah, I was informed that this was not attached to the agenda, but that it will be done so after the meeting today.
Okay, thank you. That is correct. I didn't get it finalized. The entities had until close of business on Monday to get the information to me statutorily, so I turned that yesterday and it was not part of the packet. Okay, thank you for that clarification.
My pleasure. And then Jared informed me that the exception that we had gotten from the all counties received from the state last year allowed us up till December 31st to submit that supplemental. They've increased the date to the 21st, which is a bit unreasonable given that the entities still have up until the very last minute, and we do not have a meeting scheduled between those two timeframes. So this was done intentionally kind of at the last minute to make sure that the information was very accurate. And then given your approval today, we will just ratify it at our next regular meeting. Jared?
And I would just say this has always been kind of a dance for counties particularly, because you want to give all your small special districts and other local governments the time to certify their levies. And it is a credit to our assessor's office that they got those certifications out early. So that gave all of our taxing organizations a little more time to do their math and calculate, have their, each one of these numbers that is compiled into this that Ramona has put together have to be done at a public meeting of those individual local governments as well. So this is kind of the culmination of all of those property taxing processes. And the counties are the lucky ones who get to try and do a quick timeline to get from the 15th when we can get all of these. And again, it pushes, since that was on a Sunday this year, we get it on the 16th. And then we have to have it certified by the 21st so we can submit it to the state on the 22nd. So we end up kind of in this pinch. But the one thing that I do always kind of consider is every one of these numbers has been kind of aired at a public meeting of these local governments as well. So it shouldn't be super new information. The county, for our part, approved or certified our mill levy at the meeting on the 5th, and that is included here as well. So.
Thank you, Jared. Any questions, commissioners? Mike, did you want to run through any particular numbers? How do you want to proceed?
No, I apologize. When I said that, I was confusing in my mind the supplemental budget with those additional appropriations.
Okay.
I didn't plan to go through all taxing entities,
Great.
certifications.
Okay, so if everyone's clear on the process and the reason that we are tight for time, I'm comfortable with ratifying at a future meeting, but hitting this state deadline, and would entertain a motion. Commissioner Holstrom?
Which one are we doing now?
7B is in boy.
Okay, so I will move to certify levies and revenue for all taxing entities for the year 2025.
I second that.
But
And sorry, Chris, were you done?
no,
Jared's got
there's
a hand up for a
behind it.
potential adjustment.
Okay.
I would just suggest it is for the budget year 2025, tax year 2024 is probably something we need to make sure we specify. Again, those pesky tax year versus budget year woes that we always have to contend with.
So let me just try this again. Move to certify levies and revenue for all taxing entities for the tax year 2024 and the budget year 2025.
Second. And can I just make a quick comment, or does that come at a different time?
Is there further discussion? Please go ahead.
Always. I just want to say how exciting it is to see this mill levy allocated to housing. We had the voters approve transferring a third of the Parks and Open Space mill levy to a housing fund, and here it is. And that it makes me really excited that we have this now ongoing source of revenue for that important priority.
You're here. All those in favor of the motion on the floor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Motion carries. On to item 7C, consideration of resolution 2024-62, transferring money from the San Miguel County Treasurer's Trust and Agency Funds to the San Miguel County General Fund. Again, our financial team is with us. And again, I'm uncertain who'd like to start, but I'm willing to hear from anybody.
I'm gonna let Ramona take the lead on this one. If you would, please, Ramona.
Sure. So this resolution is just a annual housekeeping, if you will, item where the treasurer has been holding money from tax collections. She went through the tax sale process, and this is just to get those revenues and reimbursements for the advertising costs into our general ledger. So this resolution allows that process to happen so she can close her books and we can adequately transact the tax sale premiums and the reimbursements for advertising into our general ledger.
Good explanation.
Let's clean some house.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ramona. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Holstrom?
Move to approve resolution 2024-62, transferring money from the San Miguel County Treasurer's Trust and Agency Funds to the San Miguel County General Fund.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Again, the motion carries. We're on to 7D, which is the consideration of the 2025 San Miguel County holidays calendar. Jared Biggs has been working on this at our request. This is a continuation from our previous meeting, and we're going to see if we can come to some conclusions here. Go ahead, Jared, please.
Thanks, commissioners. So per the direction that we discussed at the meeting on the 5th, we went back, did a little research, and had a talk with our finance staff about how to kind of administer these efforts. And what we've come to is, I tried to compile a little bit of information for your purposes to give you just touch points of what others are doing compared to what we have been doing, and give you kind of some options. So as part of this, I did include the recommendations as they stand for the Wellness Committee, and I think Sarah is here to speak to those. And then I did make a recommendation simply to follow the federal holiday schedule. But with that, I want to inform you, you have all the latitude you would like to change that as you see fit. We appreciate the generosity the commissioners have shown us in previous years, particularly 2024 when we had 14 holidays. And if you wanted to change that, it would be a matter of simply saying which days. And I notable are probably 2 days that we have observed historically: Christmas Eve and the day after Thanksgiving. Those are not federal holidays, so they are not currently included. But I'm happy to answer any questions, and of course, have Sarah speak to the Wellness Committee's recommendations.
Jared, before we get more information from Sarah, last we spoke, I recall that there was discussion of going to an hourly bank, and that was an effort to balance our 8 and 10-hour employees. Does that play into your recommendation?
It does. There is, as part of the recommendation, it's kind of a two-step. I think the key piece that we have to do today is set a holiday calendar,
Okay,
because we know next week, a lot of us are on holiday. We don't have a meeting before January 1, and January 1 would be the first recognized holiday. But in addition to that, in our policy, in the employee handbook, it indicates 8 hours per day. So there is a suggestion in here to change that 8 hours to a 10-hour workday, which would recognize that approximately half of our staff, our full-time staff, are working some flexible work arrangement where they're working 4 10s or 9 hours a day. So everybody would get a 10-hour day. And then for those who don't use all of those hours, they would bank those hours and be able to use them on another day. Ultimately, that recommendation would just multiply however many days the commissioners agree to by 10 hours. And every employee would recognize those holidays, and some employees would have a small remainder they would be able to use on another day. So that was the recommendation. It is similar to how we use personal leave or personal time in our banks now. Similarly, we suggest making it a use it or lose it engagement where it would go away at the end of the year. But to that point, we have to bring an amendment to the employee handbook back to the commissioners if that were the direction that you all want to move. And so we would do that after the new year with some recognition that you have this intent. So.
I see that language in your suggested motion. Commissioners, questions for Jared or discussion before we hear from Sarah and the Wellness Committee?
Okay. Commissioner Brown.
Commissioner Brown, go ahead.
You're muted. We can't hear you.
Commissioner Brown,
You're muted.
Muted. No.
Mhm.
Sorry. The Dayquil's not doing its job. Jared, thank you for mentioning that second piece of this, because as I read it, this is a really important part of your recommendation. By sort of allocating 10 hours to each of those 11 holidays, that in my mind leaves, and for someone working 8-hour days, that leaves 2 hours times 8 or 24 additional hours that they can apply to paid time off, which is essentially 3 additional days. So the way I read this, tell me if I'm wrong or right, is while we are going to be closed for 11 days, workers are essentially all getting 14 8-hour days, or if you work 10 hours, 11 10-hour days of holiday time. Am I reading that right?
That is correct. If you were to follow through with that recommendation of 11, those 10-hour employees get 11 holidays. The 8-hour employees would end up getting 14. It's kind of a recognition that that those 10-hour employees do get those additional days, right? But again, it's equitable hours regardless of the number of days or your work schedule, so to speak.
Thank you.
Well, commissioners, I think that I could speak for us and say that we want to incorporate the equitable hours component,
Yes.
and that the question we need to conclude is the number of holidays that we want to have for 2025. Is that a fair way to frame the conversation? Good. Hearing that, I know that the Wellness Committee did make a recommendation, and actually they made 2. We were able to take a look at that. One was for 14 days, as we had last year, and the other was for 13. And the change was, I believe, New Year's Eve, but maybe Sarah can confirm my memory there.
New Year's Eve was the one that we recommended dropping as a secondary recommendation.
Mhm. Thanks, Sarah. Do you have any other information you'd like to share from the Wellness Committee?
Kind of give some context
Sure.
to those recommendations.
Please.
I've only been here a few years, but I believe historically the county had a certain number of sort of set holidays that we gave to employees, and then employees voted on a couple of sort of floating holidays. I think some of those were the decision between New Year's Eve or Christmas Eve. And then Veterans Day, Indigenous Peoples' Day, were sort of floating. And then Juneteenth, I think, was added in recent years, which is why we've gotten more and more holidays. I think last year the commissioners were generous in the number of holidays that they approved, but I think part of that was not wanting to take away any of those holidays that really recognize groups of people. So, and then additionally, in addition to the federal holidays, historically, we have had days such as Friday after Thanksgiving off, and sometimes days after a holiday, like if 4th of July falls on a Thursday, sometimes I think we've gotten that Friday off, things like that. So one thing, or a couple things to think about as far as limiting the number of holidays to a set 11 days, things like that. Especially with a day like the day after Thanksgiving that always has that one day between the holiday and the weekend. Same with, if you wanted to give a Friday after Christmas off, if Christmas is on a Thursday, things like that. Logistically speaking, sometimes staffing on those days can be really difficult. Around holidays, childcare can be scarce or non-existent. People are traveling. So the reality is, if we choose to be open those days, some offices and departments, especially smaller ones, may not be able to be open regardless. So for consistency's sake, across the county, I think it makes sense to sometimes give those extra days off, just because some offices and departments may not be able to be open anyways. Another thing to think about is just staff retention and recruitment. We already see that we have a hard time recruiting. We're in a competitive market, and I don't feel that we're always the most competitive organization as far as recruitment. So this is just one extra tool in our tool belt to give people, as far as, this is how many holidays we offer. It tends to be more than other places to work, especially in a resort area. The cost of giving days off, there's no additional money being paid. There's no additional cost to give more days off. The cost is just being open fewer days, and we're not a business that's worried about revenue coming in on the days we're open. So it's really not costing financially anymore to be open on those days. And then I guess one thing that the Wellness Committee wanted clarified was, is the recommendation from Jared, is that codifying and sort of setting in stone these specific holidays going forward, or will there be, a continued need for recommendations each year, or sort of these floating holidays? So I just wanted to put that question out there.
Jared.
If I may speak to that, for that purpose, the commissioners would have to set the schedule of holidays on an annual basis as exists currently. And so this would be something that would, again, be an every year issue. It's that secondary piece of changing it from an 8-hour holiday to a 10-hour holiday that would it would be changing the employee handbook.
So that
codifying
would remain.
process.
Yeah.
Right.
Understood. Thank you for that clarification. Did that answer your question, Sarah?
Yeah, I believe so.
Cool. Is that the answer you expected?
No, I wasn't sure. We kind of read it as that recommendation was setting, these holidays going forward forever.
Forever's a mighty long time.
So I hope that's not.
Okay.
Sorry, I read it that way also.
Okay. Well, we've had it explained to us the other way, and I think I prefer the annual discussion. I think that what Sarah mentioned about holidays tend to shift, different days have different impacts on county operations, and for better or for worse, I think we're going to continue to have this annual discussion of what makes the most sense every year, based on the fact that we have shifty calendars. Does that make sense to you, Commissioner Brown?
Actually, I think maybe I misunderstood or didn't catch what Jared said to explain that, because one of the things I like about this proposal is that you don't have to adjust the holiday schedule every year. And that, you know, the BOCC says here are the 11 holidays, and then employees can choose if they'd like to take, you know, they can apply those 24 additional hours if they're an 8-hour worker to those Fridays and so forth. So maybe Jared, could you repeat what you said? I'm sorry.
Surely. So the way this is designed is it would still take board action on an annual basis to set a calendar. Those are the dates that the county commissioners are indicating the county will be closed formally. And those will be the days that employees would recognize those 10 hours. And for those employees who don't work a 10-hour schedule, would accrue those additional 2 hours of leave for an 8-hour employee. So that would be an annual exercise. I think the suggestion that I made to follow the federal schedule this year is something that could happen on an annual basis relatively easily. You know, I was able to pull that information off of the, you know, General Services Administration website. You know, Congress is actually setting these calendars on an annual basis as well. It's kind of an interesting that all of our local governments and our state government and our federal government, they go through this exercise on an annual basis. So by no means did I intend to indicate that this process wouldn't still happen on an annual basis. But as I mentioned, that secondary adjusting from an 8-hour day to a 10-hour day would be something that would persist unless the Board of Commissioners changed that as well.
And does that help?
Yes, thank you very much.
Great. So I think Ramona has a hand up. Go ahead, Ramona.
So just for clarification on the recommended change, when you talk about a floating bank, if you will, is this intended to, if you don't use those floating hours at the end of a fiscal year, that they go away? Or is it intended to keep adding to your bank of PTO, if you will, to be used for the next fiscal year? Because I know the finance staff was even asking it to be used within the same reporting period, just for keeping that clean. This doesn't look like, when reading that came through, that recommendation came through, but I want to make sure it's clear that these hours are not in, if an employee chooses not to use their floating hours, if they're eligible, that it doesn't roll and create long-term liability and compensation upon separation of service. So if you could just address and make that clear, please.
Jared.
If I may, yeah, that is accurate. The way I wrote it indicated that you would be able to accrue these throughout the year, but that you have to use them by the close of the year or you forfeit them. Additionally, if you were to separate employment, these would not be paid out as similar to paid time off. You know, and so in a lot of ways, this was intended to mirror the way we have personal time that exists and is used today. So use it or lose it within that calendar year and not accrue those over time. So
Sarah.
So could it be administered similarly to like comp time? You know, basically if someone's got a 40-hour week and they work an extra 2 hours, except that there's an expiration on those 2 hours.
Yes, and since you mentioned comp time, I was just gonna tag that on at the end. I know we've spoken with HR and finance, and we're going to be amending our comp time policy to clarify that it will not roll over year to year. We're going to give folks until the end of this next calendar year to use any accrued time, but then we'll pay out. That's the difference, because comp time is actually work
Right.
time that will be paid out at the end of the year if there's a remaining balance, whereas this is not compensable. So it would not. I think that question of the same reporting period or not, what I don't want to see is certain times of the year. I kind of like it being within the calendar year instead of within the pay period. I understand why it would be easier to do it with the pay period, but I don't want to see folks all taking, especially if you have departments that are primarily 8-hour departments, and we're about 50-50 as a county now on the alternate work schedule versus the 8-hour. All taking off a similar day and then going back to the situation Sarah spoke about of now we're short-staffed and can't fully function. I think if you give them the year of latitude of when they could take those additional hours, we're less likely to be in a situation like that.
Ramona, I think I agree with Mike's desire, and I apologize for making your work a bit harder, but I'd rather have it for a full year than just a pay period.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you for that clarification.
Great. I'm also willing to hear other commissioners if they feel otherwise, but we still have that outstanding question of exactly how many days we want to specify. My question, I think, for all the staff, and maybe Sarah, you can be the spokesperson, is I think if I was working a straight job, I would prefer to have the option for some floating holidays based on my own personal life and not on a national calendar. And that increased flexibility would be more desirable than having the date established on the calendar well in advance. Perhaps that's not true, and that's maybe just me. I see Mike Wazinski has joined us and he's got his hand up. So Sarah, you go first, and Mike, you're next.
I think, I mean, from a person running an office, from that perspective, not a staff perspective, it's nice to have those dates set well in advance so that the public is aware of when we are open and when we are not. And same thing, you know, predictability of knowing when we can staff and when everyone's going to be gone. I know some flexibility is nice. And I think the 10-hour holiday proposal is great in that it does give some people a little more flexibility on how they use those hours. But I think, you know, from my point of view as a supervisor and someone running an office that is public facing, having that predictability of, you know, when we'll be fully staffed and when we can be open, I think from the public's perspective as well is just nice to be a little more reliable.
Thank you. I hadn't thought about that angle. Mike, do you want to come up to a microphone, please? Thank you.
Got the maze going this morning.
Hate it. Quick question. Historically, those people who work 10-hour days would have to use PTO to cover those 8-hour holidays. And now it's kind of reversed where those 8-hour day people are getting rewarded 2 hours. Could we modify the handbook just to say that we're getting 14 paid holidays and ignore those 2 hours? You're getting a paid holiday, period. If you work 8 hours, you're getting paid 8 hours. If you work 10 hours, you're getting paid 10 hours. And then we don't have to worry about banking anything or keeping track of anything.
Jared.
If I may, we thought about that, but one of the challenges is that results in, because my boss makes me work an 8-hour day, I get less benefit, right? Versus somebody who works a 10-hour day and gets, you know, additional paid hours. So the way we did this was so we can hopefully fix, or I wouldn't say fix, we would amend the way those 10-hour employees work, right? Make it where they don't have to use their PTO for those days any longer, but also give equivalent benefit to those 8-hour employees. So we're trying to bridge that gap and make this work best for everybody and still stay on an equitable arrangement between various work schedules.
Does that make sense, Mike?
It does. As someone who works 10 hours a day, it doesn't seem equitable to give someone 2 hours not to work. Right? You're
Giving everyone the same number of hours not to work.
well, I mean, if I take a day off, I have to take 10 hours, right? If you take a day off, you have to take 8, right? It just seems like, and it's probably my understanding of it, that we're rewarding those people who are working 8 hours a day by giving them an extra two hours of paid time to match our 10-hour day. It just seems like it would be a lot easier if we just said you're getting paid for the day off.
Okay, you just said the same thing. Jared tried to answer it, but I guess it didn't make sense. So Jared, could you try to answer it in different words?
Let me try.
Maybe Mike can do it. Yeah.
So 14 days at 10 hours a day is 140 hours. 14 days at 8 hours is 114 hours or 112, so 28 hours difference. We know that some offices have been using PTO or they've been working 2 extra hours. But that hasn't been consistent across the board. And I think it was the primarily elected offices that wish to go to the 10-hour schedule, and we want to to make sure that we're giving the same level of benefit to everybody. And that's really the fairness aspect that we're trying to get to. We reached out to other counties that offer those alternate schedules, and this was kind of one of the ideas that we saw, and we spoke to those counties and they said it's been working really well. And it doesn't require people to then have to work those extra 2 hours or consistently take PTO. I guess one alternative, and I'm not trying to be flippant, but was if we all went to 8 hours, if we all went back to 5/8, then it wouldn't be an issue at all. But I also, I understand where you're coming from, but I also think it would be a benefit for your employees not to have to use 20 hours or in this case, 22 hours of PTO, which is most of their 3 days of personal leave that they get each year.
Yeah, and I totally get that. I guess from my perspective, for someone who's worked 8-hour days for most of his life, when I got a day off, I was just happy not to be at work. I didn't consider myself like cheated on because someone else was, I didn't worry about that. So my perspective is just like, I'm grateful for the day off, right?
Mhm.
I'm not going to complain about what other people are getting because I don't have that. I'm just grateful for the day off. And that's how I approach this. And I understand the numbers
I think,
to it.
Mike, you're a little unusual.
But it's too bad we can't approach it that way in the handbook. Like you're going to get paid for that day.
Yeah. I
And
wish
then-
that it were that simple, but I think you've heard both Mike and Jared try to walk you through why it is worth going to the extra addition and keeping track. And it's because not everybody is quite as generous or capable of just accepting that some people get a couple extra hours and you don't, and it doesn't trouble you, but it does trouble others.
I appreciate your time.
Okay. Sarah.
Can I just speak to that, Lance? Sorry. I'm just crunching some numbers over here, and I do like the simplicity of his recommendation. But if we followed that approach, people who work 10-hour days would essentially be getting 140 hours, and we did 14 days. They'd be getting 140 hours of holidays versus someone who worked 8 hours getting 112, which is a 25% addition for people working 10-hour days. And I think that we have to remember that the people who are working 10-hour days, if we're talking about like who we're rewarding or not, they do not work on Fridays or Mondays or whatever that day is. So I do feel it's important that we offer a comparable number of hours of holidays to our employees, as much as I like the simplicity of the clerk's suggestion. Thank you.
You're aware Ryan has his hand up. Sarah also had her hand up.
All right, let's get to the next hand up. Ryan Rigetti, go ahead, sir.
So what we've done in Road and Bridge, because we switched between an 8-hour schedule in the wintertime and a 10-hour schedule during the summer. And what we've done, and primarily we did it because some of the days off in our summer or some of the holidays would fall on a day off that we had, a regular scheduled day off that we had. So in order to get around that, any time that we're in a week where there was a holiday, we would just convert to an 8-hour day for that week. Then that was 8 hours consistent. No matter, we still got our 40 hours, we still got our holiday in there, and we just shortened our work days to 8 hours during that week. So that's what we've done at Road and Bridge.
Thanks, Ryan. Another hand up.
Sarah.
Sarah, yes.
So I just want to remind everyone that the commissioners have the duty to make sure that everything is fair for all county employees. And so I get where Michael's coming from, but I don't really feel that it's fair. I like the 10-hour holiday option because sometimes you run into, you know, if people are working in an office or a department that is not open 5 days a week, they might not have the option to work those extra 2 hours to make up for the 2-hour or the 10-hour day on their holiday. So I get that, but then what happens when someone has used up all their sick time or their PTO or whatever because they have a new baby or, you know, they've been in the hospital or whatever. And so they don't have the option to work those extra 2 hours and they don't have any PTO to use for those extra 2 hours. So that's where I think the 10-hour holiday makes a lot of sense, just because some people don't have a personal bank of PTO to pull from.
What I think I hear you saying, Sarah, is you like Jared's proposal. Okay, good. Mike, I think that you've heard pretty much every voice in the room saying that we are aiming for equitable and fair more than simple. And we're willing to sacrifice some ease of keeping the books in exchange for everybody feeling like they're being treated well and fairly.
Fair
Thanks.
enough.
Okay. Does that take us back to where we began, which is we need to establish this holiday calendar?
Yes.
Good. Let's see if we can do that fairly swiftly, because we guessed 10 minutes on this and we've spent closer to half an hour, and I love that we're going to get it close to right. And I know that we are leaning towards Commissioner Brown's hand up. Go ahead.
You're muted.
Muted, Commissioner Brown.
I turn it off when I have to blow my nose, but I need to turn it back on. Sorry. Okay. I just want to mention that it was as recent as 2024 that we had 11 8-hour holidays. And then in 2023, we went up to 12. And in 2024, we went up to 14. So we've increased in just 2 years our holiday hours by 27%. And I feel like this is a very generous allocation of holidays. And we look at Jared's memo, and it indicates that many of our peer communities have 12 as the max, really. So I have a little bit of concern about staying with 14 holidays and recognizing the 10-hour, impact, because that's 140 hours, which would, as I said earlier, increase holiday hours by another 25%, which we've just increased over the past 2 years by 27%. So I'm kind of leaning towards the recommendation of 11 holidays but 10 hours, so that 8-hour employees can bank that and use it as they like. I would love to hear from staff, in addition to Sarah, about these Fridays, these kind of loose Fridays that follow a Thursday holiday, because I do think that is going to be tricky if we're open, but 80% of our staff chooses to take that day off using their accumulated holiday hours.
Nicola, do you have any thoughts? We spoke about this earlier, so I'm not trying to put you completely in the spot, but I know that you had been thinking about it, and I was curious if you wanted to share anything.
I would always be team more holiday hours. So, I don't know. I mean, it's nice having a day off after a
I think
holiday.
Ed's question was regarding the coming into the office on a Friday if there was a Thursday
Yeah, I think
official holiday.
the idea is that a lot of people would take advantage and turn that into a 4-day weekend rather than just having one day off, which is often the case, I think. And so it does kind of like spare us having to battle out like who is going to hold down the fort in the office on this day after the holiday.
For the hangover.
Yeah.
Christina, I see your hand up. Come on up to a microphone, please.
Based on staff feedback and historically, I would recommend that you do consider the day after Thanksgiving and then consider Christmas time. I mean, we historically have had those days off, and there's a lot of staff in favor of continuing with that because of the lack of staff in the office during those times.
So that would be the Wellness Committee's 13-day proposal, correct?
Yes, correct.
Jared.
I would just on a technical note. The wellness committee did recommend the day after Christmas and not the day before Christmas as one of those kind of odd things to make that Friday into a long weekend instead of recognizing Christmas Eve. So again, and I suppose one thing I just want to call attention to is there's already a high likelihood that if people don't have these days on holiday, they are going to use their PTO to make these differences, right? So I think we may try to craft the holiday calendar to solve some of these challenges, but I think they're going to be challenges regardless. And we will have to bridge some of those gaps.
And I do want to add that you, like Ryan spoke about this, but you could still go to 8 hours. If you're a 10-hour employee, you could still do that. We've encouraged that in the past. We just haven't, it hasn't been consistent in the practice. So employees could still do that if they'd like.
Understood. Sarah?
I mean, just some food for thought, but one thing that the commissioners could consider is aiming for 11 holidays, and if logistically it makes sense to give one or two of these odd days off, then absolutely. The only thing about that is Friday after Thanksgiving is always going to be that in-between day, so perhaps 12 consistent holidays, and then if it makes sense to give 1 or maybe 2 extra days off, then sure. Just depending on that specific calendar year in question.
So I think you've just made a counter proposal to the wellness committee's
Well,
suggestions.
I think the calendar that we proposed for next year is a year where it makes sense to
Okay.
have those extra days.
Because of the way that the federal holidays fall. Got it.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I can't ever remember not having, the day after Thanksgiving off in the last 34 years, 32 years. Before that, I worked a lot of Thanksgiving and Christmas days. But the thing to, think about, so a couple of years ago, there was a little questioning of, well, why didn't we get Veterans Day off? And that was because it fell on a weekend. And then the other thing is the 2 holidays that really do float are 4th of July and Christmas Day. So if it's been the day off, the day before, or the day after, it's really varied as to which end of the week that it's coming on. And for offices that have a set Monday through Thursday schedule, simply working Friday instead isn't an option for them. Holidays aren't always on Friday. Many of them are on Monday. So there is a lot more calculus that has to go into this. But just thoughts. I don't have a recommendation right now.
I'm beginning to think we should just ban all holidays.
Bah humbug to you.
Bah humbug.
Scrooging.
Commissioners, I'm inclined to follow the 13-day suggestion for this year and know that we're going to continue to wrestle with this forever. Commissioner Brown.
You can probably tell, have some hesitancy to just keep upping and upping the holiday hours. I mean, I talk to people in industry. My sister, who works for a multinational corporation, gets 6 holidays. And we're talking about double that and then maybe adding ones, Friday or whatever. And I want to support our staff. They're hardworking. They do an amazing job. I also think about the fact that we are in fact using taxpayer money to pay folks for these holidays. So I would like to put a few constraints on this. I like Sarah's suggestion of going with 12. And then, this coming year, because to get that Thursday or the Friday after Thanksgiving, using Jared's suggestion of the 10 hours, and then allowing the flexibility for us to suggest another holiday like a Friday if if New Year's Day or Christmas Day falls on Thursday. But maybe as a counterbalance, we could and maybe I need to know, but for those floating holidays, which are Juneteenth, 4th of July and Veterans Day, maybe we just say if they fall on the weekend, that's unfortunate, but it's going to be made up with these, Fridays after a Thursday holiday.
I was only focused on this year's calendar and not trying to forecast future floating holidays and establish a permanent policy.
Well, which means we'll be having this conversation every year.
Yes, I've been saying that several times and it's unfortunate but true.
I think makes sense to me.
Okay.
Let's
Commissioner
let's
Holmstrom?
get this year
Yeah.
going, because it's starting soon. And then y'all can fix it later.
Well, we're not going to fix it. We're just going to.
Adjust it, adjust it
Yeah,
later.
we're just going to continue to revisit. So Commissioner Holstrom, what I hear you saying is that for this year, you are inclined to accept the 13-day proposal as made by the Wellness Committee with the Jared calculus for 8 and 10 hours, which will go into the employee handbook.
That one, or what was Sarah's?
Sarah was at 12.
Sarah said 12, but not for this year. She said 13.
So reluctantly.
Okay.
For 12.
Yes.
Let's get this year done.
Okay.
So
Yes,
I
generally
say
speaking,
13.
I like the 12 because that seems like it's the major holidays. And the floating days are the ones that we end up discussing. And I think we've got a general agreement in the room, but the room's about to change in a month. So,
And
we'll-
so the Jared's memo had the 11. If you choose to go with 12, what I hear you saying is it's the additional days, the day after Thanksgiving, that
Mhm.
Friday for next year.
Mhm,
And you've already all indicated agreement on the 10-hour
correct.
day and how that would be accounted for. So I think the only question is, do you want to go with 12 or 13?
And if, to that point, if 13, would that be the day before or after Christmas?
Well, so
Because-
next year,
Yeah.
the day after Christmas is a Friday. So
Yep.
that was where the Wellness Committee recommended that 13th day was the day after Christmas.
And from everything we've heard about office management and continuity, and knowing that most people aren't intending to conduct county business during the Christmas holiday, I'm good with that. So I would go with the Wellness Committee's 13-day calendar for 2025. Should I make a motion?
Just one
Go ahead.
question. I 100% agree. You can see the floating thumbs up. But so that I think is fine, is great idea. But in terms of Jared, I think is also asking, we could do this separately, whether we want to amend the employee handbook to talk about 12 holidays and the 10-hour day.
I don't think that Jared's recommended motion mentions any specific number of holidays. I've got it up in front of me, but it does recommend directing staff to prepare an amendment to the San Miguel County Employee Handbook to adjust the holiday pay hours from 8 to 10 with instruction to allow unused hours for designated days to be used on a floating basis within the calendar year.
Aha.
So with that second half of the motion, I'm going to go ahead and tag on the first half. I move to approve Resolution 2024-50, identifying the 2025 San Miguel County designated holidays calendar as presented in the Wellness Committee's recommendation for 13 holidays this year, and direct staff to prepare and so forth. Is there a second?
A second.
Motion and a second. Further discussion? Hearing none, how do we vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Hi.
Motion carries unanimously. We have holidays. Okay, bravo. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Christina. Appreciate everyone's time on that. We got her sorted. We are now on to item number 8A, which is a consideration of an application for a vacation of lot lines up on Wilson Mesa Ranches, filing number 6. And I believe Nicola Kerr is with us to present. Kay Simonson is also here. John Hubner's taking the floor. Who's going to speak to us first?
I'm gonna do the first one.
Excellent, Nicola. We're all ears. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners, for listening. We have a land use application today. Ray Bowers, representative of the applicant, is here, and this is for a vacation of lot lines up on the Wilson Mesa, filing number 6 for lots 85, 96, and 97. The applicant is Ira Goldfarb, the owner of all the 3 lots, and Ray is their representative. This is up on the Wilson Mesa, close to the intersection of Buckskin Road and West Anderson Road. The parcels are all roughly 7 acres, and only lot 85 has a single family resident on it currently. The other 2 are vacant. They are all zoned PUD, and the review type for this application is a 1-step Board of County Commissioners review with you all. So we're going from 3 lots down to 1, just vacating the lot lines in between the 3 of those to simplify the ownership. And that'll create lot 96R, which is 21 acres. And just a little bit of background is that lot 96 and 97, the ones that I just listed as vacant, have a private restrictive covenant easement on them that restricts any further development from an agreement to preserve the view corridor on Buckskin Ranch way back when. So those 2 lots are not developable. So when we're combining the 3, no development rights are changing. Here's a vicinity map showing those 3 lots, and then the town of Sawpit down in the canyon. Here's a close-up of the 3 lots. You can see the 1 house and then the 2 vacant lots, which would all be combined into 1. Here is the plat map. It is not super clear on this PowerPoint, but you can kind of get the gist that those 2, oh, you can see my mouse, these 2 middle lines would be vacated. And this was publicly noticed in the Telluride Daily Planet and in the Norwood Post on November 28th. Ray completed the public notice, sending out the mailing and posting the sign on or before November 6th. We sent this out to the following referral agencies: the county manager, county attorney, county road and bridge director, county surveyor, Wilson Mesa Ranch, also assistant county manager. I think I forgot to put that on there. And David Foley reviewed their plat, got it back to the applicant, and they were able to address all his comments in a timely manner. And so David has approved that final plat, and it's ready to be recorded. The Wilson Mesa Ranch did offer their approval on October 31st. I did also receive an email from Mike just saying he had no problems with the application. Here are the review standards for vacation of lot lines, saying that to vacate, all the lots need to be in the same ownership name, which they are, saying that it cannot be undone, that all 3 lots will now have the development rights of 1 lot, and that they are contiguous, there's no gaps in between them, and we did receive a final plat that complies to all standards. And here is the sample motion. Here to answer any questions, and Ray Bowers is here as well if you have any questions for him.
Thank you, Ms. Kerr. Any questions, commissioners? Commissioner Holstrom.
Because the motion says all conditions set forth by referral agencies are there.
Yeah, I updated that on the PowerPoint. So when you read it, if you just want to read the sample motion, since we didn't end up receiving any conditions.
Okay.
Good catch.
Commissioner Brown, do you have any thoughts? You've got your hand up.
Just a couple questions. Nicola, in the Wilson Mesa email that said that they approved this, they also made a note about the easements being wider than on the plat. And has that been addressed? I just don't want them to come back and say we didn't, sketch in the correct easements.
Mr. Bowers.
Yes, that was addressed. That was one of the first surveys that they had a look at, and later when we updated it to get the easements squared away, I guess they didn't write us again, but they said go forward with it.
And
I just wanted to make sure that there's some easements between where those lot lines are. The lot lines are gone, but the easements still stay.
Okay, that was my other question. Okay. And then the other question is for the county staff, when we vacate lot lines and turn 3 lots into 1, are there any like financial implications for the county?
I think it simplifies the taxes for the owner, to not have to be paying taxes on 3 lots.
Kay Simonson.
Yeah, and in this case, they've already eliminated the development potential on the 2 vacant lots. So there, it's not like there's the potential to have 2 residential properties in the future. That's already gone, so no significant impact, financial impact on the county.
Mr. Bowers.
Yeah, as far as that goes, the valuations from the county assessor were very low to begin with because of the covenants against them. Or actually, we did go to the assessor to get that straightened out. Because they had been taxed as residential developable in the past, and since they have no development rights, the value is kind of like agriculture, really low.
Great, that makes a lot of sense. Thanks.
All right, commissioners, unless there are further questions or discussion, I'd entertain a motion. Commissioner Holstrom.
I move to approve the proposed subdivision exemption for
Open
vacation.
it to public
Hold one
comment.
just for a second. Go ahead, Kay.
I should open this to the public.
Oh,
Not sure we have anybody
Oh.
online, but just in case.
I'd be happy to. It doesn't mention that in the agenda, which is why I was curious. But yes, we shall open this to the public. If anyone would care to speak before a motion is made, now is the time. The floor is open for public input. Not seeing any, I will close the public hearing, and we are back to Commissioner Holstrom.
okay. I move to approve the proposed subdivision exemption for vacation of lot lines to vacate the property lines between lots 85, 96, and 97 of the Wilson Mesa Ranches filing number 6 as presented, to authorize the chair's signature on the final plat and to adopt the corresponding Board of County Commissioners resolution number 2024-65. Finding that the proposed subdivision exemption for vacation of lot lines application is in compliance with all applicable land use code standards in section 5-1214, vacation of lot lines, including the submission of a final plat that complies with the final plat submission contents required in land use code as presented.
Second.
Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Motion carries unanimously. Item 8A is in the rear view mirror. We're on to item 8B, which is a consideration. Thank you, Ray. Appreciate your time today.
Comment that Nicola and John were very helpful.
Thank
like
you.
hearing that.
Getting it done, and the assessor's office has got a whole new mood over there that's tremendous. Tremendous. Tremendous.
It's holiday season. They're cheerful.
Holidays.
Okay. Thank you, Ray. I appreciate those kudos. That's really good to hear. Well done, Nicola. Well done, John. Thank you for treating the public as they should be.
It's all Nicola.
It's all Nicola. All right. We are on to item 8B, which is consideration of an amendment in the land use code regarding private camping and commercial campground regulations. Kay Simonson and John Hubner are here with us. Good morning, friends.
Good morning, commissioners. I will be presenting and Kay will be filling in. The purpose of today's of this item is to present the amendment for your review and action. The packet materials included the staff memo, the draft amendment, the public hearing notice, and any referral agency comments. Camping on private property has been a matter of county policy and interpretation and has included some code enforcement issues in our history. Typically, county staff have stated that it is permissible for property owners or their guests to remain or to stay in a camper, RV, or tent on their own property. And that has been the policy, and we occasionally get some issues, and the reason we want to have standards is to allow us to deal with those specific issues. The land use code currently allows commercial camping and RV parks in the F zone, the park zone, WMRA, which is the Wrights Mesa Rural Agriculture, and the West End zones. Detailed regulations specific to the Wrights Mesa Rural Ag were adopted in 2021 and are contained in the Land Use Code section listed. While those regulations are thorough, the regulations for the other zone districts leave a great deal of room for interpretation. And so in addition to the code regulations, the CDPHES standards for the development of campgrounds, which are referenced in the land use code, and we do rely upon those in our reviews as well. Planning staff has proposed the land use code amendments to add sections 5-714 non-commercial camping. And this is in order to provide standards for the private occupancy of recreational vehicles and temporary shelters not located in campgrounds, and to add a land use code section in our special uses section, which would provide standalone standards for RV parks, trailer parks, or campgrounds, and also setting a separate section for semi-primitive campground standards. We also propose some associated amendments with the following listed zone districts. Currently in the F zone, we allow horseback riding and sleigh ride operations and outdoor recreation areas and camping areas, and references those criteria in a section 5-307J. These criteria that are listed are more abbreviated than those found in the WMRA zone. The park zone also allows campgrounds subject to one-step review per land use code section 5-13C7, but with no standards other than general special use permit standards. The West End zone also allows campgrounds or an RV park subject to one-step SUP review for that zone district. And as we go to the next stage, or next page, it's in the interest of consistency between zone districts, somewhat similar to having consistency between 8-hour employees and 10-hour employees for holidays, that we propose to create use-specific campground regulations in section 5-10, special uses, that can be used in all zone districts. Specific standards to the WMRA will stay within that zone district, including that roadways that are maintained year-round must be provide access for campgrounds in that zone district. In the other zone districts, especially the F zone, there really aren't any roads that a campground could be proposed in that would be open year-round or is maintained year-round, and that therein lies the difference. In Article 7, we're going to add definitions for various terms that we use within the commercial campground standards, and just wanted to point out that a commercial campground is defined as 2 or more camping units, which is really the difference between, private camping on a non-commercial parcel. Really generally only allows 1. However, we are also seeking to establish standards for the private occupancy of recreational vehicles and temporary shelters not located in campgrounds. And we propose that private owners can occupy and own camper or RV on the property, which is really similar to the policy that we have had outside of any standards. We are also proposing that private owners and their guests, however, can occupy more than 1 camper or RV on the property for up to 14 days in a calendar quarter. The insertion of a calendar quarter or allowing only 14 days was a nod to providing a limitation on having multiple vehicles or multiple camping units on a private parcel for more than a certain or a certain portion of time. When we had initially proposed, or staff had proposed these standards to, or first brought them forward to the Planning Commission, we've had a long discussion about duration of camping, how it would be allowed on sites. And this was a nod to provide a limit somewhat to having more than one vehicle on site. The proposed amendments also disallow the long-term habitation of campers or RVs on sites, as that would be a commercial activity, and due to health and safety concerns, particularly with regards to waste disposal. Occupancy is not intended to be long-term, nor can camping units be rented as short-term rentals. We've also allowed that owners can occupy, we have provided guidance for property owners when they're building a house on a parcel, that they can live in campers or RVs while constructing their home. And the big difference here is that provided there is an active building permit and that they meet certain health and safety requirements, specifically that they connect to the water and sewer system that is proposed for the residents on the parcel. Whereas the previous camping, they could move this the RV on and off the property to have it dumped at the at our sewer plant. Public hearing notice was provided in our papers on November 28th. So far, no public comment has been received. We did send the following listed referral agencies copies of the proposed land use code amendment for their comment, and we received one from the town of Mountain Village. Amy Ward provided comments regarding bathrooms, lighting, and septic system requirements for the commercial campgrounds. And the county uses, as we discussed earlier, the CDPHE standards in addition to our campground standards, which gets to the number of restroom room spaces. For lighting, we use the dark sky compliant LUC standards, and that most of the campgrounds that we have permitted, they have planned for a dump station already. And we think that most operators would consider that to be an amenity that would be necessary if they propose a campground. And also the CDPHE requires a sanitary dump station for campgrounds that are greater than 100 units. Review standards are fairly narrow for land use code amendments, and that state that they may be issued by county staff. And in this case, this amendment was initiated by the county planning director. And also the main requirement is that they be drafted in a form consistent with the style of the land use code, which these are. And also their land use code amendments can implement policies of San Miguel County regarding land use and development, housing, growth, and related issues as adopted and amended from time to time. We also provide the Planning Commission action was to unanimously recommend to the Board of County Commissioners the proposed land use code amendment as has been presented. The Planning Commission, I think as we discussed earlier, had considerable discussion regarding establishing a maximum duration for camping on private property as had been proposed by staff, but they did not, in fear of unhousing people, while also recognizing that the new section is about recreation and vacation purposes. So they're trying to balance, on a fine line between allowing too much camping on private parcels and not having any standards regarding it. I have, if you have any other questions we'd be prepared to answer those at this time.
Thank you, John. Commissioners, questions for Mr. Hubner?
Can you go into that a little bit more about the planning commission's discussion on the maximum duration for camping on private property?
Certainly.
They didn't want to put a duration in, but we have one in here.
The planning commission met first in a work session, you know, and before considering it in a regular meeting. And at that time, staff had come forward with a recommendation to allow, you know, something like maybe 30 days in a 90-day period and for camping on a private parcel. Almost immediately, and it was kind of a surprise, the planning commission wanted really not to set any limits on how often homeowners could camp or their guests on their property. And so kind of took away any type of duration requirements regarding that. When coming back to it in the regular meeting, there was a sense, and it is really the majority of the planning commission who did not want to see any duration limits, but it was a nod that, you know, having maybe more than 2 campground or having more than 2 RVs or over a specific period of time could cause friction between neighbors, depending on the size of the parcel. And so they allowed having, you know, up to 14 days, you can have multiple RV units on the site, but after 14 days, then you can just have a single unit, you know, occupied by either a guest or the property owner. And so that was just somewhat of a nod that, you know, to put some restriction on duration of camping. And Kay, if you want to jump in.
Yeah, so an example that they brought up was, what if there's a family reunion? What if all your friends are coming for bluegrass? What if all your friends are coming for hunting season? So the idea is still that there can be one camping unit occupied by the owner or their guests. That means it's not for rent, long-term or short-term. But if for short periods you want to have more, and if you've got a lot of guests coming, please get a porta potty.
Yes.
Excuse me. But that, you know, that was the idea. You know, we had discussions, you know, should it be 30 and a 90-day period, should it just be 180 days out of a calendar year. How do we count these? And it really became complex, and you know, the planning commission recognized that although the intent here is for recreational use, the reality is that we do have people occupying campers and RVs long-term as part of our, you know, as their solution to their, you know, their specific housing situation. So, you know, in the future, we might revisit that. But what this does is it gives us some sideboards to deal with the public health aspect of that. So, you know, if we do have a problem with people not disposing of their waste properly, or somehow, you know, maintaining something in a way that's not safe, we've got some tools to use now.
Commissioner Brown.
Hi, I think this is great, and I really appreciate the planning department, you know, proactively addressing these gaps and so forth, and redundancies and all that. So this is terrific, and also really appreciate the planning commission thinking this through. I have 2 questions about the presentation, because there were some statements that I interpreted differently than I interpreted the revised code, actually. So on page 4, I don't know if you want to flip back to that, if that's not too hard. Oh, there we go. Okay. So the second to last bullet, it says private owners can occupy, I'm not sure, own camper or RV on their property. I think that might just be a typo, but this is actually private owners and guests, right, can operate. I just want people to recognize it may not be the owner themselves that's allowed to occupy that first unit. Is that right?
So you know, the owner might not be present. They might just say to all their friends, yeah, sure, come on up to our property. But you can't stay the more than 14 days total, but they have to be guests. They can't be paying. They have to be guests.
Oh, so a guest can only stay 14 days?
Well, so if you're going to occupy more than, if more than one camping unit, whether it's a camper, an RV, a trailer, a tent, whatever, you can have one on the property with no limits on how long. If there are going to be 2 or more camping units, then the max is 14 days in a calendar quarter. And if they want to exceed that 14 days in a calendar quarter, they're going to need to come to us for a temporary use permit.
Okay, I think Ann's question was the wording of private owners can occupy the camper or RV on their property, and she's asking if the private owner happened to be living in the house,
Yeah.
could they have a guest that could occupy the camper or RV
Yes.
basically in perpetuity?
Yes.
And the answer is yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And does that make sense?
Thank you for clarifying that. I think that's
Yeah.
important, just so
It's
that
more
the
clear in the actual land use code language than it is on this slide.
That's what I thought as well. Okay, just wanted to clarify that for the public who might be listening, because it's possible that someone could have a guest staying in their RV or camper or tent indefinitely, as long as they weren't charging. And then the other question is on page 5, it says occupancy is not intended to be long-term, but that's not actually, I mean, it can be indefinite if it's just that one unit, right?
And I think you've picked up on that fine line that John mentioned, where we are trying to acknowledge a housing crisis while also trying to put some guardrails in place for neighborhood peace and quiet.
Yeah, and exactly. And then, you know, this was a point of extensive discussion with the Planning Commission, recognizing that this proposed regulation is about recreational use of properties. But understanding that camping is used as a partial
Housing
solution for housing. I hate to call it a solution. It's the way people are addressing housing. So we're trying to state this isn't intended to be, not intended to be long-term. We want to keep reiterating it that campers on private property are not the solution.
I appreciate and agree with all of that, and yet the way the code is written in the suggestion is it can be long-term. Does it say anywhere in the code that it's not intended to be long-term? And I agree with what has happened here. I just, again, want to clarify whether or not it could be a long-term situation for that one unit.
In the purpose statement, it does state that it's for recreational or vacation purposes.
So yeah, it's 517 for A, Roman numeral 1 sub A.
I think what is going to end up asking, if she doesn't, I will, is if I were a neighbor and my neighbor had a camper and it was long-term and there was no sign of them ever leaving and they weren't good neighbors for some reason, I would come in and point at that language you just read, and then the owner of the property would point at the language a little lower that says, I'm allowed to do this, and we're going to end up having to determine what constitutes a good neighbor. And
long-term.
I think we're setting ourselves up for that conversation at some point down the road. And frankly, I'm willing to wait for that to come and sort it out when it happens, because I liked the careful language that both John and Kay used when they acknowledged that we have a housing crisis and we are not blind. So we may be setting ourselves up for a future hard conversation with this land use code amendment, but I think in the majority of the time, we're going to be setting ourselves up for success in some fashion.
Is it a hard conversation, or is it a kind of conflict in the code, you know? And that we would end up, we could end up in court over.
So if somebody is, has a bad tenant that, we've got a waste problem.
Not a tenant, a guest.
Or a guest, a bad guest, yeah, absolutely.
Mhm.
Somebody's got a guest who's behaving badly. And they're not properly disposing of their waste, or they're doing something else, then yes, we get to enter into the joys and delights of code enforcement. And try and work that out. In the future, it may be that you revisit this and say, look, we need more sideboards on this. And what this does now is it takes what has been our policy and interpretation, what we've been telling people for years, and puts it into the code so we can point to it. And that's the most important thing.
And as maybe a balm to the concern that I brought up, and I think you share, we do have language in the code, not only the state wastewater treatment requirements, which are paramount, but also we have noise, we have lighting, we have some other side rails that exist elsewhere in the code that anybody who's a visitor, a guest, would have to abide by. And if a neighbor came in and had issue with noise or lighting, for example, we'd be able to address that with the existing wording we have.
Well, I wasn't even thinking about if there was a problematic person there, whether it's the owner or the guest. I was just, again, concerned about the code having a conflict in it. And so not setting unclear expectations about whether somebody, even though we would rather people aren't living in a camper or an RV indefinitely, but whether they could or they couldn't. And my concern is that we have a conflict the way this is written, because we say it's for recreation and vacation, and yet we don't have any time limit on how long an owner or their guest can stay in that one unit.
Maybe the way to square that circle is to think about people taking very long vacations.
So you're okay with this conflict, or you don't see it as a conflict?
I recognize it as a challenging situation, and I'm willing to try this solution.
Okay, that's my question. And then the other one, Kay, you mentioned about if there are, a bunch of people there for 14 days, maybe if they're more than 2, they should get a porta potty. Did the Planning Commission consider another or a trigger for if there were, 3 additional RVs or 6 additional RVs or something that maybe you would have to get a special use permit? I mean, I know we want to be able to have a family reunion, easily. I like that idea, but if you've got 10 other RVs there for 14 days and we have no, I guess we do have control though, as Lance was saying, like we have CDPHE guidelines and so forth. Anyway, my question is, was there a conversation about what to do if it was like 5 units for 14 days?
We are hopeful that people will be mindful of the capacity of their septic systems and want them to continue functioning, and we'll think about that. The penalty will be if they have that many people using the bathrooms in their house, they might
Regret it.
overtax their system and have a very expensive penalty in and of that. So,
Well, it could be a vacant land with no system, OWTS system.
But Anna, I think I heard Case say that if you have more than 2, then you are required to come for a temporary use permit.
no.
Okay, I
if it's the
misheard.
14 days, say you've got a piece of vacant land and you're gonna, you and, 8 other parties are coming, 9, whatever, you're gonna have a number of them on there. If you don't have a waste system that you can go to that can handle the capacity, that has the capacity to handle that waste, you're either gonna have to hold them in the tanks, or you're going to have somebody come in and pump all of those RVs, campers, what have you. Or you're going to have to take them off-site to an approved dump site. The key thing is we don't want people dumping it out onto the ground. So, anytime somebody's the host, they should think about what do their guests need. And, if they were to ask me, I'd suggest getting porta potties, but we didn't feel the need to put it into the code because there's a lot of different, ways that people can handle it.
John,
As far as getting a temporary special use permit, that would be if they wanted to, anything over 14 days.
I see.
Yeah.
Thank you for that clarification.
They could have an unlimited number of units on the property for up to 14 days.
Correct.
That's the way we're going right now, and if we end up with the equivalent of a rainbow family gathering, we will then reconsider.
Any other questions? Seeing none, hearing none.
I guess I would ask if Commissioner Holstrom shares either of my concerns about, and I've forgotten what the first one was. The potential conflict within the code, and then whether we have, lots and lots of units there for up to 14 days.
Yeah, I think we can, in this case, kind of wait and see. I don't know that we sometimes trying to preemptively figure out every scenario gets overly complicated in my mind. I'm all right with the way it is now.
Would you care to make a motion, Chris? There's a sample
There's
motion.
one right there.
I'm sorry, Kay, go ahead.
Because this is a land use code amendment, this is a public hearing, and we'll make sure we get that on future agendas. We're still trying to get used to Civic Plus.
Okay, this is a public hearing, and before we make a motion, we will open the public hearing and see if anybody cares to comment. The opportunity is fading. The opportunity is closing in 3, 2, 1. I close this public hearing and we are ready for a motion.
Okay. I move to approve an amendment to San Miguel County Land Use Code and to adopt BOCC Resolution Number 2024-53 to add Section 5-714 non-commercial camping in order to provide standards for the private occupancy of recreational vehicles and temporary shelters not located in campgrounds, and to add Section 5-1008 standards for recreational vehicle park, trailer park, or campground, and Section 5-1009 standards for semi-permitted campground with associated amendments to Section 5-307J forestry, agriculture, and open, and 5-319.2 H4F rights Mesa rural agriculture, and Article 7 definitions as presented based on the finding that the proposed amendment complies with the standards of Land Use Code Section 5-1802, Land Use Code amendments, and is consistent with Land Use Code Section 1-4 purposes of the Land Use Code.
Is there a second?
Not from me.
All right, I will second. There's a motion and a second on the floor. Further discussion?
I'm sorry, I just can't get past those two issues that I have.
Understood. I follow your concerns, and I'll be honest, I share them. But like Commissioner Holstrom, I am willing to take a wait and see attitude, knowing that we can adjust this to fit whatever reality comes our way. Commissioner Holstrom? How do you vote? You vote aye. I vote aye as well. Commissioner Brown?
What's the formal for no? Nay?
Nay.
So, sorry, guys, it's so close, and I really appreciate what you did, but I feel like there are a couple things I would tweak if I was queen.
You may suggest a amendment to the motion.
Okay, if you guys are comfortable with it, you've shared that you are, I'm comfortable, I defer to you.
All right, then we've got 2 ayes and 1 nay, and motion carries. I propose a recess for 5 minutes, leg stretch. Yeah, we're going out to the swings. Mike's gonna hit the playground. We'll be back at 11:20, and we will continue our agenda. Is that all right?
The cleanup and corrections, is that?
It's
gonna take some time?
It says it's gonna be 25 minutes.
Okay.
So
Fine.
leg stretch, we're ahead of schedule. I think it's all gonna work. And let's take 5. Great, thank you. Thanks, Nancy. Welcome back, everybody. We are on to consideration of item 8C, an amendment to the land use code regarding cleanup and corrections. Kay Simonson is with us, as is John Hubner. Kay, are you speaking or is John? And is this a public hearing as well?
Yes, it will be.
Great, thank you.
I'm not quite hearing
Okay. I will point it more towards me. So what we have here today is a land use code amendment for cleanup and corrections. Pursuant to land use code section 5-1802, amendments to the code may be initiated by county staff, planning commission, or BOCC, or by other persons who are residents or own property in the county. In this case, staff, we've been identifying things that are errors in the codes, items that we missed in the adoption of other code amendments, some items that need a little clarification or updating, and then also updates related to the adoption of the East End Master Plan. Starting with the East End Master Plan and the Telluride region, there's a lot of references throughout a number of zone districts that specifically reference the Telluride Regional Area Master Plan. So we'd be changing those to East End Master Plan. And that's in the high density, medium density, low density residential, affordable housing PUD, mixed use development, and PUD reserve. And within those and a few other sections, there's mentions of the Telluride region. And those are usually redundant qualifiers. For example, to say in the Telluride region, it shall be consistent with the Telluride Regional Area Master Plan. So it's really not necessary to say it twice. So changing those, simplifying to just say it shall be consistent with the East End Master Plan. And then also looking at the applicability, what the real intent was, and in some cases correcting the names. So within the open space and scenic foreground overlay and scenic view plane standards, updating those to be more accurate in their description. Transportation impact mitigation actually refers to the Telluride R1 school district. And then the Telluride air quality region, that's the proper name, not just Telluride region. And we had already done an amendment to the code to put those boundaries in. There's a map that shows those boundaries. So just making the name correct. In the West End Zone District, which is section 5-320, when we were doing the solar energy systems amendment, we caught other parts of the code where we talked about where development permits are required, but we forgot to also put that in 5-320. That was clearly the intent of that in the solar amendment. But we just missed this one little section. And then we found an error regarding the subdivision exemption for the West End. And in the section 5-1211, it says 4 lots. And in the West End zone, it says 5 lots. Went back, looked at all the background documents and information. 4 is correct. So changing this to match so that they both say 4. And then in definitions, we looked at a number of them and, wanted to amend those to provide clarity or make corrections. Floor area, we really want to be much more clear. We're not 100% consistent with how the building department calculates floor area, but we're much closer. So where we've had issues is where people have had attached accessory dwelling units, for example. How do you measure it? And so we specify how that happens. We also clarify if you've got open stairways, vents, flues, openings, are you measuring across them? And loft areas, clarifying that too. Master plan, changing the reference from Telluride Regional Area Master Plan to the East End Master Plan, and then also throwing in the Wrights Mesa Master Plan. And it says including it, so it's not an exhaustive list of all the components of the comprehensive development plan or the master plan. Referral agencies, we had found that the state had changed a bunch of their agency names. For example, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, used to be Colorado Division of Wildlife. And we also found that the list of referral agencies was missing entities that we routinely send referrals to, like the BLM. And then the San Miguel Canyon area needed a better definition. So it now basically is the Ilium intersection west to the bottom of Norwood Hill. That eastern end was a little bit vague. And then short-term rental permit, the definition that we had was actually the regulations. So we changed it to a definition. The Planning Commission action on November 14th, they did unanimously recommend approval. They did have a couple of changes or additions within the referral agency's definition. And I want to remind everybody that that referral agency list is not the entirety. It already says that other entities, organizations, agencies as determined necessary. But they had suggested that it should be the Colorado State Engineer, that's the proper title. And then add in Colorado Division of Water Resources, and also add nonprofits and organizations with relevant expertise. And then after the Planning Commission meeting, and in light of the recent statute requiring consultation with Ute, Mountain Ute, and Southern Ute tribes, particularly with regard to renewable projects, staff did add that to the list, and the Planning Commission is aware that that change has been made and they had no objections. We may need to look into exactly what consultation means under statute and probably come back with another amendment for solar in the solar regulations later. But right now, just putting it on the list is a reminder to us that we need to involve them. And we should probably also think about, ask them what they'd like to be involved in. For example, when we do master planning, that's something that may be of interest to them as well. Possibly mining and other natural resources activities. Public notice, public hearing notice was published in the papers on November 28th. We have not received any public comments regarding this land use code amendment. In terms of referral agencies, sent it to the list shown on the screen here. The town of Telluride responded saying they support the changes. Town of Mountain Village did have some specific questions and asked for clarification on the effect of the changes on their Ilium property. And we had a conversation back and forth on that, and that's all been addressed. So review standards for the code are contained in section 5-1802. And as noted, this was initiated by myself and not necessarily in response to legislation. Sorry, gremlin on recycling here. And then the land use code has been drafted in a form consistent with the organizational format style of the code. And it is consistent with section 1-402 policies of the land use code. So we have a sample motion, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Commissioners, do you have any questions for Ms. Simonson?
Just note, it must feel good to get these things kind of off your list.
Oh yeah, some of these have been sticky notes floating around on my desk for a couple of years.
Okay,
Nice job, Kay.
I've got one question. You mentioned that the building department's definition of floor area and the land use code definition are ever closer, but I'm wondering what it would take and why we can't align them.
building code's way of measuring, would just the final step, it really had to do with how lofts were measured.
Mhm.
I think. And it had the potential to create some nonconformities relative to the land use code. So the building code, they're largely measuring floor area to determine,
Impact mitigation.
yeah, well, there is mitigation fees. But also for there's occupancy stuff.
Mhm.
Whereas for us, we don't have too many floor area restrictions. They're largely related to affordable housing and accessory dwelling unit size and caretaker unit size. And I was a little concerned that if we switch to the building department definitions, that we might create some issues there. So what we've got in here is consistent with how we've been doing it, but just explaining it better.
Okay. Well, if that's how it's got to be, there we have it. I don't have any other questions.
Neither.
All right, I'd entertain a motion. Commissioner Holstrom.
Wait, okay, I have something else.
Oh, go ahead.
Public hearing.
Oh.
Just
All
in
right,
case.
let's have us a public hearing opening. It is open. Anybody who would care to comment may do so. Pregnant pause. Public hearing is closed. We will now go to a motion with Commissioner Holstrom.
I move to approve the amendments to the land use code for the purpose of cleanup and corrections as presented and adopt resolution number 2024-54 based on the finding that the proposed amendment complies with the standards of the land use code section 5-1802 land use code amendments and is consistent with land use code section 1-4 purposes of the land use code.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Motion carries unanimously. We have concluded our planning matters, and I'm wondering if we could take the extra time we have and perhaps cover our affordable housing updates.
Sure.
Excellent. That's item 12. Go ahead, Mike.
Very good. So one of the more notable actions as of late is that Jared and I went in person and met with the San Bernardo Homeowners Association last Sunday evening and had a great large attendance from their HOA, and we had a discussion for almost 2 hours about the county's Pathfinder project and the potential of working together with them on water. They're giving us a formal response by this coming Sunday. They wanted time to look at the engineering preliminary information and to reflect on that before moving forward. But I will be starting to draft an MOU for consideration in regards to installing a test well on their property, should they agree. Obviously, if they come back with a hard no, with no further discussion, we would honor that, but that was not the general sentiment of the board members or of the group. Jim Kehoe and Jonah Howe, our planner and water engineer, were on the Zoom and able to answer some questions as well. We talked about the potential of working together with them, not just on water and adding redundancy to their system, using our legal water rights, but our physical availability on that site, as we've shared in the past, is constrained. So this would be to work with them on first installing a test and monitoring well, and should it prove to show sufficient water, we would then formalize any future agreements with them on how we might work together in supplying both of the communities for water and then down the road potentially for wastewater. So that was the biggest new thing. that I know of, and Jared, I'm sure has something else.
Couple other things. I'm sure you are all wondering, what the heck happened to the housing needs assessment? And I am actively in the middle of kind of taking a bit of the handoff with Courtney McElhaney leaving SMRHA. That project is being kind of handed off to myself, Zoe, and Michelle Haynes. And so we are kind of trying to navigate that. There were some data concerns last week we're trying to get to the bottom of. But again, that is something that's actively being pursued still. And I have asked them specifically for a timeline that I can share with our boards that is going to be a little more concrete than we have gotten thus far. Because that's been a little bit of a gripe that I've had is we seem to be pushed off because they're really busy. And I don't really like that feeling.
They should be busy with us.
Yeah.
I lament that I think they've been busy with the Vale Valley and a few others. But I think our dollars are just as green as theirs. So I'm hoping to push them along and get something more concrete that I can share with you soon. Otherwise, I think we've just been working on within the new year, immediately in the new year, we're going to be proceeding with a grant agreement for the Prop 123 dollars and the RFP and solicitation of an employee to help us carry some of these efforts. We did navigate, and thanks to Ramona for her help and Paige as well. We navigated all our grant needs, I think. And so it's really just them executing a contract and us countersigning that contract to move ahead. So a lot of it's been administrative over the last couple of weeks, but I think we're moving. So, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you both. Any questions, commissioners?
Great to hear continued progress.
All right. We still have some time remaining, and I was considering either manager updates or commissioner updates, perhaps both. Mike, yours are a bit longer, and we've got 20 minutes. Do you think that 20 minutes could be sufficient for manager matters, or would you prefer to hold until this afternoon?
It will not exceed 20 minutes.
Let's roll into manager matters. Go ahead,
Very
please.
good.
Thank you.
Thank you. So first, just some scheduling overview. Obviously, we do not have a meeting next Wednesday, nor the following Wednesday. So December 25th, the county will be closed for the Christmas holiday. January 1st will be closed for New Year's Day. We will resume on January 8th, which would have normally been a work session, but that has been changed to being a special meeting. So I wanted to make sure the public knew about that. Tomorrow, the county offices will close at noon for the holiday party down in Placerville. And next week on Tuesday and Wednesday, as previously mentioned, the county offices will be closed in observance of the Christmas holiday. We had some, I had missed the email confirming Senator Cleve Simpson, so I sent that out this morning to our other elected officials that he will be joining here for an informal gathering on Friday at 10:30 in the commissioner room. So we're excited to meet him as we met previously with our new representative, Larry Don Sukla. We're going to be meeting with Congressman Jeff Hurd. I spoke with his scheduler a couple days ago. That will be on January 29th at that work session. He'll be zooming in at noon. Our new chief judge, who's replacing Judge Patrick, which is Judge Corey Jackson, will be, I know there's an informal group of us, county attorney, myself, and I believe Commissioner Brown, maybe others joining in person in Montrose to go and meet him on the 31st of January. Our new district attorney, Anna Cooling, will be joining us via Zoom on January 22nd at 9:30 a.m. We'll look forward to the swearing in of our new commissioners, Commissioner Brown and Commissioner Gleason on the 14th of January. And I wanted to let you know that we have we've entered or agreed to an interim agreement for SMRHA interim duties, as the position will be vacated in 2 days by Courtney McElhaney. And Emily, her administrative assistant, has agreed to take on more duties until we have a new executive director recruited. That position is currently flown on the county and town and SMRHA websites, as well as on Indeed. And I'm grateful that Emily has agreed to take on additional duties while that vacancy persists. I had a call and a conversation with our local vet, Dr. Smolin. He is in the process of trying to change a portion of his space into being an animal boarding facility, but also to serve it as an animal shelter. And so I wanted to give you a heads up. He would like to come and speak with the Board of Commissioners as he had requested last year to which we did not, that project that he spoke to last year did not come to fruition. Thus, the county did not contribute any funds, but he is moving forward in earnest, I know, with our planning department and building department in creating a legal dog kennel and shelter operation. And I wanted to give you a heads up that he will be coming to us to request funding assistance for the operation of the shelter portion, obviously not of a for-profit boarding facility. Commissioner Brown.
Thanks. Can you just remind us, maybe not now, but when we meet with the vet, how we handled that last time? Because I remember we deferred that decision, and yeah, if you remember, you can tell us now or maybe before we meet with.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. So previously, Dr. Smolin had requested $14,000 from the towns of Telluride, Mountain Village, and the county. We included the amount in the budget, but only if there was the reciprocated contributions from the town. That did not get included in their budgets. They chose not to. And thus those funds reverted back into the general fund when they were unspent at the end of this year. He had hoped to create that animal shelter, and in large part, we contract with him for the sheriff's office when we detain folks or have folks in our jail who have to surrender their pets. He has been accommodating those animals, and we pay him for that service. However, and I know that our sheriff's office had some pushback about why we would contribute more money to this. And one of the responses was that there's a lot of animals that get surrendered to him because the folks are unwilling or unable to pay. So he has basically absorbed those costs and returned the animals to their owners, because he'd rather the animals stay with their owner than, if it's a financial issue, then have them separated and have to rehome those animals. The other thing is that we consistently have an issue of people that are passing through our community that may have picked up dogs on the Native American reservations and or picked up stray dogs or adopted animals, changed their mind, and they abandon them here. And that has kind of been the area where people are bringing those abandoned animals. I think a lot of folks think, oh, this dog, I can't take care of it, but it'll have a great life in Telluride, not realizing the burden and the stress that it puts on the animals and the resources. So that's a long way to introduce a topic which has not been formally brought to you yet, but I wanted to give you a heads up. I did share with Dr. Smolin that it's unfortunate we are beyond our budget season, but that I'm sure the board would be willing to hear his vision for a true animal shelter in the Telluride region. And then obviously you'd be making a financial request, and I made no guarantees. And then I have something I'm pretty excited to hear. I had a conversation with our veteran service officer, Mikhail Madsen. And he lives in Uray, but he's been serving San Miguel County. Right, actually, he lives in Ridgeway, but in Uray County. And Montrose has been serving Uray County for veteran services for the past numerous years. I don't know how far back that goes, but I know it's over a decade that they've had a memorandum of understanding between those two counties to share one veteran service officer. The Montrose Veteran Service Officer reached out to Mikhail to say, I am trying to transition out and I would like to do away with my service to Uray County. Would San Miguel County consider splitting your services between both San Miguel and Uray? And Mikhail, we talked a lot about how many hours he's been averaging, about 24 hours a week for us. And I feel like we've seen the return on his investment. He's proposing to split evenly 16 hours if we were to move forward with this agreement. And this is just a heads up, there's no agreement for you to act on today, but I wanted to take the board's general temperature to this to do, he had a kind of a larger lift in the first year and a half of his role where he had to make the connections with the veteran serving organizations and areas throughout our county. I was going to say municipalities, but Egner and there some of our unincorporated counties or areas in the county he has done extensive outreach to. He felt that he could adequately serve all the needs and continue to be present in Telluride and Norwood with that 16 hours now that initial outreach has occurred. And he also clarified that in any agreement, he would still make it clear that San Miguel was the top priority for serving veterans if there ever came to a competition for the hours. So he would basically increase in hours, but we would potentially split these costs evenly with Uray County. So it'd be a financial savings for us. It would allow him to get more hours and more pay. And I know that that's something that he is interested in doing. He did not, I asked him if he'd consider going to 40 hours. We could keep 20 and 20. And due to personal constraints, he said he can only commit to the 32, and he's proposing an even split. I have not spoken with Uray County yet. I wanted to run this past you first. But I'm seeing that I think his judgment is accurate, that he could continue to offer a similar service level with a little bit less hours, and or we may choose to say, you know what, we want still 20 hours here and maybe it's 12 hours to Uray. But I have been authorizing him to serve homeless veterans and others in the Uray area that have not been able to receive services. So he's kind of already doing it. And I like that, this was a substantial additional cost increase for the county to take him on as a full accredited veteran service officer and significantly more hours than we have previously been offering. But I'm excited about this. I think it could be a really successful partnership, but I'm curious if you have any questions or concerns that I could investigate.
Sounds like a win-win to me. So I'm really glad that's evolving.
Commissioner Wary or
Commissioner Brown, go ahead.
Yeah, this is great. I agree that he's been doing a terrific job, and the fact that he can provide additional services to neighboring vets is great. Do you think this means that he would also be eligible for health insurance?
It's funny you should say that because he would, however, he has indicated that he wishes to stay on his VA health insurance, which I think we would factor into the financial cost. If we're saving those funds, he could potentially receive a higher hourly wage and or we would come back with a proposal, but he is wishing to stay on those health benefits and would be potentially able, and anything over 30 hours is legally able and required to receive the offer of the additional county benefits. And those benefit costs would be split evenly with San Miguel and Uray counties under this proposal.
So I'm just it may not be that we'd save that much money because we have to provide part of his health insurance or compensate him for that, but I still think it's a great idea. Whenever we can give someone a full-time job or as full as they can handle and provide health insurance, I am happy.
Thank you. The words of Darlene Williams still stick in my head of when we were last in Egner, and he was reporting that he was able to assist her family with getting full benefits and compensation. Do whatever you need to do to keep this guy because he is amazing. And I know this would be something that would potentially allow him to continue in this role longer because he would make more money. And he loves what he does and he wants to continue. So, Commissioner Waring, any questions, thoughts, concerns? Okay, thank you. And then just the last item I have for you is we were notified just yesterday of a meeting that the Uray Board of Commissioners was holding last evening regarding winter plowing on County Road 62X. This is a road that crosses from San Miguel County into Uray County, and I was somewhat surprised to learn that the applicants are just on the other side of the county line and would be primarily accessing through San Miguel County. But the question, because it is their jurisdiction, was solely up to Uray County. Ryan Brigetti heard about this from Ty Barger, their public works director, notified me. Ryan went in person. Luckily, it was kind of on his way back home, and I zoomed in, and there was a very long, robust conversation from the public. A lot of neighbors consistently saying that they chose to move into this area because they did not want winter maintenance. They did not want any extra people and the fact that there is not public access. There's not public lands that folks could access. And I guess it had been done during the 80s when this road had been plowed for some time. And those folks who had been around during that time shared their concerns. Long way of saying at the end, the applicant withdrew his application. And I was actually surprised and really, it made me feel so good that he said, my relationship with my neighbors is more important than my convenience in this case. And I want to be a good neighbor and maintain those relationships. So he withdrew his application, but it just goes to speak. They had it on their agenda for 20 minutes and it took an hour and a half of discussion. Winter plowing is always a hot topic, and luckily we don't need to worry about this one.
I really appreciate both you and Ryan jumping in on that, because I know it was the last minute that you heard about it, so.
I knew that if there's a commissioner from Elbert County who used to say, if you're not at the meeting, your constituents are on the plate. And so I think it's, especially as it pertains to issues that are going to affect our constituents, we want to make sure we're in those conversations. Thank you.
Yep.
And that's all I have for you today. Do you have any questions or things for me?
No questions in the room, Commissioner Brown.
There's still some agenda items, A, B, C, D. Just do those under management matters. Just do those after lunch.
Yes, please.
Yeah, because those are more involved.
That they will take, they will all take a little bit longer in explanation.
Thanks for all those updates, Mike. I appreciate the way you keep us in the loop.
Thank you.
All right. Jared, this is your moment.
Not particularly.
Okay. Commissioners, would you like to do commissioner updates right now, just before lunch?
I can.
Go ahead. Let's do that. Chris is ready.
I had a Telluride Institute board meeting, and then most of the time was spent in dental recovery mode. So mine was really short and not so sweet. So.
And Commissioner Holstrom, just because you mentioned Telluride Institute, I think I mentioned that I had attended a meeting with several of the board members and staff of the Telluride Institute and the Forest Service, where they're talking about an idea that they had previously had, trying to bring it back up about a scientific research campus that would include housing and experimental or lab, other scientific places for visiting scientists as well as for scientific research to be done, kind of similar to the center that exists in Gothic outside of Crested Butte. And so there was no final outcome of that initial discussion, but Megan Eno explained the process if folks desired it to occur on forest land. And we all know those challenges.
Yeah, it's an exciting idea and
Yes.
still in process.
Yes, so if I vowed to continue to attend those meetings and have discussion as it pertains to anything related to the county, but there's been no requests of the county other than to stay in the conversation for now.
Yep.
Chris, I also heard you on the airwaves last night with
Oh,
Mason.
yes, we did do an off the record last night, sort of, what have I been doing the last 35 years? But it was very nice to kind of be able to mention a few things that we've accomplished and you know, just thank everybody on the airwaves for all the good work that folks at the county do and the nonprofits have been involved with and all of that.
It felt a bit like
Well,
an exit interview.
It was indeed an exit interview, yes.
Commissioner Brown, do you have any updates to share?
Bittersweet, Chris. I didn't know you were gonna be on, but I will listen to the recording. I'm sorry, I was gonna pull my notes together over lunch, so can I defer till right after lunch?
Of course.
Thank you.
I'll go ahead and Commissioner Brown jump in because you were at some of these meetings. First of all, the San Miguel Regional Housing Authority did meet and we've got a revised job description out to replace Courtney. That is public. And we're thinking about a new office location for various reasons. Haven't found the right spot yet, but we're narrowing in. And if we can pull that off, it might eliminate some confusion for the public and also streamline the cost a bit. Chris and I were both called into a meeting kind of at the last minute by Bruin Waste's Chris Trosper. And he was in front of the Grand Junction Town Council. They are hoping to open a municipal recovery facility, which is a long acronym for, or a long way of saying, a place to put a bunch of recycling and sort it. And Chris wanted our support to let the board down there know that he was a good partner here in our region. And we were ready to make that claim. And it turned out the meeting ran way over time and he got the gig anyways. So happy times. ECAP met on the 10th of this month. And the biggest news is that the state is offering a potential to invest in 529 college plans with a match of up to $2,500 over 5 years. And ECAP is considering assisting families that have children of early childhood age in getting a 529 started. And we'll see if that comes to fruition. It would require some adjustment of the budget. It's a little bit of a change in immediate focus, but it certainly is something that would perhaps benefit a lot of families in the long run. Commissioner Brown?
That's terrific. I got a letter or something about that program and think it's great. Is ECAP thinking about helping people with the logistics of setting it up or actually providing some of that funding for them?
Perhaps both. Certainly
Right.
the logistics and perhaps funding allowing, starting with a little nest egg contribution just to get families in the feel of giving and setting up a program to continue without ECAP's help.
And to get that match from the state. That's
Yes,
fantastic. I
exactly.
love it.
More to come there. The last report I have is from the SMART board meeting as of 12/12. And we passed the mill levy, which was required by statute. We also passed the 2025 budget and capital plan. we approved the potential participation in a CDOT planning grant for the entrance to town, assuming that that planning grant is given. And as we all know, that's probably the biggest choke point in the county, at least certain times of the day. And if we can get that grant, there may be some creative solutions that we could then ponder and perhaps implement. Beyond that, we had a long discussion about fares and decided to pretty much leave them as is currently. That could change over time, but the biggest news is that we're very close, SMART is very close to implementing the Montrose
Yeah.
shuttle. And when that happens, which hopefully will be within a month, we'll be able to gather some data and see how that is responded to by the Montrose commuter community. Commissioner Brown, anything that I missed?
Just, we changed officers. I forget, Harvey Mogensen's gonna be the new chair and so forth. That was the only other thing.
We have kind of a traditional schedule, so it wasn't
Yeah,
elected so much as just following tradition there.
there we go. Yeah,
And Anne, I believe you are now the treasurer of the SMART.
I am
Foundation. Congratulations.
sharpening my pencil.
All right. Well, that's all I've got. And it is just after noon. Why don't we recess until, is it 12:45?
Yes.
Let's come back at 12:45.
We've got 'em.
Great.
All
See you
right.
guys then.
Thanks.
Thank you.
1 o'clock.
Oh, I take that back. Ann, we're going to 1. We got a full hour.
Yep.
Thumbs up. Got it.
I forgot that long wait.
No.
Chris Strasburg, it's like.
you. Welcome back, everyone. Hello, Commissioner Brown. We are on to item number 10, which is an introduction of our Assistant Noxious Weed Manager, Brian Zoran. And there's Janet Kask. Welcome, Janet.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Waring. Yes, we are thrilled to say that we filled the Assistant Noxious Weed Manager position with Brian Zoran. So we should have Julie Kolb, our Noxious Weed Manager, and Brian on Zoom. They're both in Ridgeway today. So Julie was going to take it away and give some introductory comments about Brian, and then Brian was going to speak. And there's Julie in the jungle.
Good afternoon. Yeah, we did hire an assistant manager in Uray County. His name's Brian Zorn, and I'm going to let him just tell you a little bit about himself.
Hey, everybody. Nice to meet y'all. My name is Brian Zoran, and I am originally from right outside of Chicago. I have a background in the outdoor industry and a little bit of experience with invasive weeds. So I have a lot to learn and looking forward to getting going.
Brian, that's great. I took a quick look at your resume and noticed that you've been in the outdoors world as well. It seems like you're going to be able to combine your bachelor's in, was it biology? And
Rec management, actually.
Rec management. There we go. Excuse me. Welcome aboard is really all I've got to say. Commissioners, do you have anything more to add?
Echo that. Glad to have you here. And yeah, someday we hope your position's not necessary, but that's not going to happen anytime soon. So glad to have your assistance round out. Very important job that has to happen in the county.
I just wanted to say, Brian, it's really nice to meet you. I look forward to meeting you in person. I'm Mike, the county manager. Kudos to Janet and to Julie for finding you. We've had it's a really important role in our county, and it means a lot to our constituents. We consistently hear that noxious weed management is always a need. And so thank you for joining the team.
Yep.
Excited to have you.
Thanks for having me.
All right. Well,
Ann Scudder.
Ann.
But you can't hear
Commissioner Brown.
Hi, I'm the third Commissioner, Ann Brown. I'm home with a cold, and I echo what everyone has said. Welcome. And we are really glad to have your experience and your sturdy, strong body working on the land for us. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Julie and Brian, we'll look forward to a spring update. I was going to say a roundup, but
good one.
we'll look forward to seeing you come spring as the season comes closer.
And
right now,
what's the plant behind you? The picture.
Chinese clematis. And we did a fall update at the last weed board meeting too. So just to let everybody know where we ended the year.
Great. Thank you.
All right. Much appreciated, everybody. Thank you very much. And Brian, glad you're with us. Happy holidays. All right. Moving right along, we are on item 11, which is the Department of Human Resources. The Board of Commissioners are now sitting as the San Miguel County Board of Human Services, and Linnea Edwards is with us. We have 4 items under item 11. The first is item A, consideration for approving the chair signature for the Department of Human Services 2025 Early Childhood Memorandum of Understanding or Contracts Signing Authority. Linnea.
Yeah, let me explain a little bit more detail about that one.
Thank you.
So the Department of Early Childhood asks us each year to have signing authority on their MOU in relation to our CCAP program. They're asking for whether that's the signing chair commissioner or the director, but we are wanting to get that back to them. And they do it at the beginning of the calendar year. However, we know there are changes in commissioners. and the chair signing person. And so they're working to move that towards the state fiscal year of that happening, but this seems to be maybe the last year they're gonna do it as an annual request. So I guess what I'm asking is to get one, who we want on that this year, and then two, just making sure that what they're doing is they're sending things directly. And so we're wanting through DocuSign. And so we're wanting to try to intercept that or let that happen. I guess that's the conversation.
Okay. Well, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, that I am chair until after the 14th when Commissioner Gleason joins us. And then our next meeting will be on January, I'm reaching for a calendar.
22nd.
22nd. Thank you, Jared. So depending when that comes in, you can have either my signature pre-January 22nd or Commissioner Brown, I believe, will be taking over the gavel at that meeting. So however you want to play it, if we approve this in concept, then it's just the chair and it's whoever is the chair when the request comes in. Is that the cleanest?
That probably is the cleanest on our end. Not so sure it's the cleanest on the Department of Early Childhood end because they're doing direct DocuSign. So I'll get back with.
Okay, well, now you know who's going to be sitting where at what time, and you can just have them send it to the appropriate email.
Wonderful.
Is that good?
Yes.
Carmen?
I'll do it. So the issue with them sending it direct, we were nervous that something may get sent without approval, and we just wanted to talk through this, that it would be held as a ratification if for some reason something did get signed and didn't get presented to the board. We feel pretty comfortable with these MOUs and these other things that come from the state. They're pretty typical, but we want to make sure that they're trying to take out a step, which means it goes directly to you instead of one of us. And so we're just kind of keeping you in the loop, and then also wanted to just make you aware and make it and ask if it's okay that we go ahead and if it does get signed, it would always go into ratification at that next meeting.
Yes, Commissioner Brown, did you follow that?
Yeah, just a question or just a clarification. Lance, I don't think we've talked about this formally, but I am going to be out of the country on the 22nd, so I need you to hang in there for another week as chair, and then I'll be ready to grab the gavel on the 29th, if that's all right. I'm just going to keep going because I assume that it is. Then is it okay? I guess what I'm hearing Carmen say is she's comfortable with whoever the chair is at the time that the DocuSign comes through, going ahead and signing that and then just ratifying. Is there no wiggle room for us to wait and have the BOCC as a group just take a quick look and then vote, or they need to be turned around real quick?
Linnea.
I'd say no.
My short answer is no, because it's coming. I mean, I think it'd be held on to until the board's able to look at it and then signed through DocuSign. Most things we can ask for extensions on. I just don't know how, I think things being sent directly to the chair without it going through the is where my concern is.
Yeah.
Wanting to be able to have a chance to present that, or if needed.
Yeah.
And so that you guys have a chance to hear from me before you sign it. And some of those DocuSigns come through that feel very scam-like. I guess just, I don't know. It's definitely a bigger conversation that the directors are having in human services, because all of our boards are just a little bit different and want just a little bit different communication and how that happens. So I guess it's just putting it on your radar. We're going to navigate the best we can to what you guys are wanting. But again, just putting it on your radar.
Okay, well.
And knowing that the chair would be Anne on the 2025, which is even if for some reason she's gone, we'll deal with it.
Sounds like, Ann, we should just keep our eyes open for a DocuSign request from the State Department of Human Services. And when we get that, maybe check when it's due. And unless it's a crisis, we can hold until we've had a chance to run it by the whole board. And if it is a time-sensitive must sign, then we will run it by Linnea, make sure there's no twists and turns, get it signed on time, and then ratify if we must.
Perfect.
Okay. Thanks, Linnea. Appreciate you looking ahead there. The next item is 11B, which is approval of a contract for professional services, 100th Meridian Law with Herb McCarg, outside counsel for the Department of Human Services.
Yeah, so we have contracted with Herb McCarg for many years to provide our child welfare legal services, possibly even our adult protection legal services if necessary. Again, he's provided it for many years. We continue to want to contract with him. He is open to the contract and the terms of that contract, and would just request that we can move forward with utilizing Herb for those human services, specifically child welfare and adult protection needs.
Thank you. Any questions, commissioners? The contract is in our packet. And if there aren't any questions, let's make a motion to that effect so that Linnea can move ahead.
Want to take this one?
Sure. Or I see you were talking to me. I move that we approve the contract for professional services with 100th Meridian Law, Herb McCarg, outside counsel for our Department of Human Services.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 And that carries the motion unanimously. Item C, approval of a contract for professional services with Carol Friedrich, Family Engagement Facilitator. And go ahead,
Yeah,
Linnea.
so we have obligation to provide family engagement services to our child welfare families involved in our system in a case. We have for many years been very lucky to have Montrose County assisting us as needed with some of those very minimal services that we're meeting statutes. In the last year or so, well, since the pandemic, those meetings have been taking place via Zoom, a little less engaging with our parents and our clients involved in child welfare. As Carol Friedrich was leaving the department as director and kind of making some of that changeover, we started talking about different things that Carol has a skill set for, just as we were talking. And we knew we had some holes in our family engagement process. And so we began kind of just discussing, do we want to engage families in a better, more productive way, which shortens cases, shortens times that kids are out of home, and allow an in-person option as necessary. And so Carol has also been working with Delta County to try to also do the same family engagement process with them. We have asked other agencies who they use. So Delta County in the past has used Aerial Clinical Services. And even though Montrose County has been very gracious in allowing us to utilize them as kind of like a courtesy, I just feel like their capacity is limited to kind of be our primary. And this is a line item that's budgeted in our core plan every year. It is something that we have to provide, that we are doing as a county specific core program. Again, we've been very lucky that we haven't had to pay for it, but we do have that money in our core budget to pay for this service. And so I'm asking the board to approve a contract with Carol. She will be at 6 months out of the director position as of January 8th. And so she would be able to take cases after that date, just some professional courtesy around that. But I would request the board and the chair's signature on the ability to contract with Carol.
Thank you, Linnea. Commissioners, questions?
Doesn't that poor woman want to retire?
I think she wants to retire, but she wants to stay a little connected.
Well, we're lucky for that.
Would anyone care to make a motion to keep
Sure.
Carol connected?
I'll move to approve the contract for professional services with Carol Friedrich, Family Engagement Facilitator.
Second?
All those in favor?
Hi.
Aye.
Everybody's unanimous. We are on to item 11D, consideration of the chair's signature on the Department of Human Services balance sheet for October 2024, earned revenue and expenditures for October 2024, expenditures through electronic benefit transfers for November 2024, check register for the month of November 2024, county allocation / MOE report, October 2024. Linnea, we have it in our packet. Can you show us any or draw our attention to any highlights?
Yeah, I think just the one thing to kind of keep your eyes on as we move through the rest of the state fiscal year, which will end in June, is our CCAP allocation. So there's definitely been some big changes that are happening on a federal level as far as things that we are going to be required to provide through CCAP, along with a state audit that the state was not compliant with some federal mandates around funding for our providers. And so the state of Colorado has 3 years to come up to snuff in their funding for providers, and then also these new federal mandates that are coming down. And with the governor's budget for this next 2025 year, there are some significant concerns around the CCAP allocation that possibly, well, not possibly, that will shift in San Miguel County that we'll have to really take a look at. And so I'm keeping my eye on what that allocation looks like for the rest of our fiscal year, along with what we're doing with the directors, kind of at the directors level, speaking with the Joint Budget Committee and some of the representatives on that. And so my plan is to keep you guys apprised as that keeps changing, but you will see as we get through the first part of this annual 2025 year and the last part of our fiscal year, you will see that this allocation is going to be eaten up really fast. We started the increase in the rates as of October. And so you'll see it being eaten up, like I said, pretty fast, and we'll just keep our eye on it. We do still have TANF reserves that we most likely will have to dip pretty heavily into, but I will keep you guys apprised as changes happen in the CCAP allocation.
Excellent. Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Brown.
Thank you. When you talk about us increasing our payments, are those payments to families because prices have increased at daycare facilities, or are those payments directly to providers that we have increased?
So those would be payments directly to providers. So to offset that parental fee, what we learned is that providers were not being paid what they were in Colorado, what they were in neighboring states as of that audit that took place. And so the increase is directly to providers, not to families. But it also risks, a freeze or a wait list for families. So
because it's the same pool of money?
Yes.
And how much was the increase from what to what? Do you know off the top of your head?
Off the top of my head, I don't know the daily increase. What I can tell you is that the big number is a year ago, a kid was maybe about $4,000 or $5,000 a year. By the end of 2026, there'll be $17,000 per kid per year.
Because of increase in wages for providers?
Yes.
And that was legislated by the federal government?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Welcome.
Brings up a lot of other questions, Linnea, but
Yeah.
They'll sit and, like you said, monitor and assess and do what we need to do. Okay, I think that could be considered good news if you look at it from one side.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah. Okay, so we need a motion to Commissioner Holstrom.
I can do that.
Thank you.
Move to approve chair's signature on the Department of Human Services balance sheet, October 2024. Earned revenue and expenditures, October 2024. Expenditures through electronic benefit transfers, November 2024. Check register for the month of November 2024, county allocation / MOE report, October 2024, as presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
As well, motion carries. Linnea, thank you so much and happy holidays. Appreciate all the work that you do for
Thank you.
all of our residents.
Absolutely. Thank you and happy holidays to you.
Right, commissioners, we are on to manager matters redo, and we are looking at item 13A, which is a discussion of the Placerville survey results.
Very good. Thank you, commissioners. From the meeting we attended in Placerville, and even prior to that, we had let me step way back in time. Over a year and a half ago, due to requests by residents, primarily in the Placerville town site area, which is that kind of core downtown area of Placerville, even though it's not an incorporated town. They had requested the county to come up with speed mitigation issues between the post office and the fire station that is also in front of our county park. After extensive conversations with Roden Bridge and local property owners, it was decided that we would put in a gate for a trial period of 1 year and then assess the situation. In the desire to have the most responses from people that are affected by the gate and or other issues in Placerville, we created an online survey. There were some people that asked for a paper survey and we gave them those, and I personally entered in their responses into the electronic survey. So the electronic survey I'm going to share is all of the answers we received. We had set a cutoff date of December 6th. There's only one answer that is after that date, and there was a requirement that you put your name to ensure that people were not filling out multiple versions of the same survey to tilt the scales. 2 folks chose to not include their name, and we had 2 more that just put in a first name. But even leaving those in, I think it's interesting to see what these results are. So I'd like to share my screen. And from this survey, not only are we going to be seeking direction from the board about whether to leave the gate closed or open it, as well as there was a question about should the commissioners request a speed study from CDOT. I think most folks that follow our meetings know that the board has authorized 2 speed indicator electronic solar powered, but they will be hardwired as well. Blinking speed signs will be installed by CDOT, and the county will be paying for those. To the tune of approximately $26,000 total on both sides of the town site of Placerville to let commuters, visitors, and locals a visual reminder of how fast they're going, and then the speed limit. So I'm going to share my screen now.
While you do that, I will
Yes.
say the one that's in there by Saw Pit is very effective. The
Yes,
site.
and we heard that actually from the mayor of Saw Pit. He responded, he and his wife responded that it has been really effective in helping to slow the traffic down. Okay, I apologize. I didn't want to show individual people's names, but we got 152 responses, which is a pretty excellent response. You can see the breakdown of where people live. Townside of Placerville, 33 responses. On a mesa, that could have been Iron Springs, Wilson, Hastings, I'm sure it's Specie, mesas. But you're still in the Placerville zip code. And the reason we included this was that those are the people that are given PO boxes at the Placerville post office. So they may choose to get their mail elsewhere, but these are the folks that would be affected by changes in the traffic patterns of the town site. Then you see the largest number, 82 responses, are in the Down Valley 81430 zip code, but not on a mesa, not in the town site. And then somewhere else, there were 2 people that live somewhere else, and then there was 5 that do not live in this area, which I found interesting. About the gate. So first, so this was out of the total. When I looked at, there was 1 late response. The survey had been there. We did say on all materials it would be closed off at the end of the day on December 6th. There was 1 that was put in late night. I think it's still on that date, so I honored it. There's 1 that is included in here, and that was after the fact. So I looked at their answers just to make sure that we're adhering. And one way of saying, we had 38 total saying they think it has helped, 77 saying they don't have a strong opinion, and then 36. And I know the number says 37, but that was one of the late entries, so I did not count that. So 36. So you still have a majority of all the Down Valley folks either saying I'm okay either way, or I think it's helped just slightly. And then I do want to show you, if we look just at the town side of Placerville, the difference in that response. You go up to 20 folks saying, and this is out of a total of 33 responses, 20 saying it has helped, 5 saying they don't have a strong opinion, and 8 saying it's been an inconvenience. And I know that there was some concern when we met with Placerville residents at our work session, why we were asking for the opinions of folks that did not live in the town of Saw Pit, because their general sentiment was that they are the most affected by the traffic that is in and out of the town, because they're walking, their kids are riding bikes, they're generally traveling more in multimodal ways around the town site area. So I'm going to remove that filter again, going back to the total of responses. If there is a plan to address drainage issues, and this is related to a meeting I had with CDOT, where we went up and looked at the Surprise Drive area, where we know that we have a debris flow and flooding issues that are reporting down 2nd Street and then into the highway right of way and into the town site. I was kind of surprised to see 60 respondents saying yes, they would support closing one of the entrances if it could improve the drainage. 40 saying maybe, it depends on which one. Only 16 saying no. I expected that to be a larger response. And then 35 saying no strong opinion. And again, if we show just the Placerville town site residents, you see an overwhelming majority saying yes. Only 1 saying I don't have a strong opinion. So you had 20 yeses, 7 maybes, and 5 saying no. I will say that the original plan that CDOT discussed with me, we had originally started discussion of upsizing a culvert underneath the highway. I've had 2 different CDOT engineers give a rough estimate that it would be solely up to the county, because it is not CDOT requesting this, it is the county. And that culvert upsizing is approximated at $500,000. They suggested if we could close off one of the main entrances and create a large French drain area, and then leave the culvert as it is sized, that could be one mitigation issue. I went back to Dan Quigley, our engineer that Ryan Rigetti had retained to study Placerville drainage and potential solutions to it. The ultimate solution would be if we were to remove the resident created berms and to allow the water from Surprise Drive area to report to its original location, which is to the southeast. Unfortunately, people have built homes, not just one, but a series of homes in that area. So it would go back to potentially needing to condemn property, which the county is very hesitant to ever even discuss. But we know that it would also come at extreme cost, knowing that several of these homes have sold for over $1 million recently. So looking at what we could do in situ, we went back to Ryan and Dan, and they have a plan to try and at least slow down and decrease the amount of debris flow as an initial step. And then after that would be, I think we're planning on trying that to see if we can mitigate at least the small and medium-sized storms, and then hopefully decrease some of the amount of debris in the larger storms. And I would like for us to give that a year or two before we jump into a different solution, because all of the other solutions either eliminate access or incur great expense.
My quick question on
Yes.
the French drain concept.
Yes.
I heard the price tag for the culvert at 500K. Did you get a number for the French drain?
They did not. They said if we wanted to go that way, that they could get an engineer's estimate. A portion of it would be done within the CDOT right of way. So CDOT would need to approve it, but it would not necessarily need to be constructed by CDOT. Whereas the culvert under the highway, if it were to be upsized, would need to be done by CDOT. So this would be in partnership where they'll close off the access, and they said ultimately they would like to see less access points. Currently, there's 5 into the town side of Placerville. They would like to see that get down to closer to 3, 2. But I also note that where they have proposed that is one of the 2 main access points into the community and commercial core area. So again, I would rather not take away an access, and it's right next to where the bus currently parks and people pick up the SMART and the school bus. So it would require a little bit more coordination with all of those entities. And I think our first level of plan, the other thing is it would require the county to upsize its culverts and potentially install VPAN drains to get the water from just blanketing the road and trying to stay in culverts and channels. Commissioner Brown?
Yeah, Mike, just curious to know, what is the suggestion that the engineer and Ryan have made for this coming summer to try to slow down some of the debris?
Sure. So we own property as the county at the end of Surprise Drive where the drainage issue originates. It's draining an over 90-acre basin into a rather small funneled area. Ryan had suggested that we excavate some of the debris that has gone in there, and then potentially add smaller size boulders around that to serve as a way to decrease the speed and velocity that the water is coming. It would be something that we would have to maintain annually, most likely, I should say. In low moisture years, probably not, but in those, if we have another summer like we had last summer, we would be going in to scoop back out. But the idea is to create some way for the water to settle out and disperse there, but also to use boulders that would be immovable for the storm. So of significant size, not to create a dam or a water retention, but to slow down and catch rocks and other debris that are coming down. And we have that equipment on site, both the heavy equipment as well as the boulders. So that's something I've asked Tom and Ryan to get moving on.
And this is where we did the site visit a while
Yes.
back.
Correct.
Thank you.
Sorry, Commissioner Brown, was there anything else?
No, thank you.
Thank
Sounds
you.
like a good idea to give that a try.
Yeah, I think I had originally been pessimistic towards it, thinking that there could be some other easier solution, and I've been convinced. So again, this is the total response. Do you support requesting CDOT to do a speed study? You have 72 saying yes, 28 saying they don't have a strong opinion, and then in the no camp is 24 saying no, and 28 saying they would rather see other traffic calming. And I'll talk about something that Janet and I have spoken about, and I think it's could be exciting, related to decreasing speed within the town site. So this one is on the highway. Okay. We heard both concerns of speeding on the highway, but also in the town site. So we're going to address both of those issues. First, with the speed sign on the highway, this is when I look at just the town site of Placerville's response for this, it's very similar to the greater response. Still the majority saying yes, they would support us requesting that speed study. Obviously, we all remember the jeopardy that exists whenever you do a speed study. According to CDOT's formula, it could show that the speed limit will be raised. While we don't think that is a high likelihood, it is always a potential, and that's something that we wanted to make the public aware of. Going back to the next question in the greater. This was related to many of the comments that we've received regarding desires for a water and wastewater centralized system. But also additional sidewalks, beautification, and other infrastructure. Would you support the creation of a local improvement district? So it was explained at when we met with the residents of the area that the county would not just do this, but that they could form a special improvement or a local improvement district, a special district that could they could tax themselves and do these things with those funds. So you see 57 saying yes, 37 no, 51 saying maybe it depends on how much, and only 7 people saying no strong opinion. When we look at the town site of Placerville's answers, you see a little bit higher, 15 people saying yes, 11 saying maybe, depends how much, and only 6 saying no.
Mike?
Yes, ma'am.
Just to kind of, so in 2019, we did a survey then that was just saw pit to Old Placerville, Ellerville. And we didn't ask about the public improvement district or whatever form it takes, or anything about financing. We just said, you know, would you like to have a water system? Would you like to have a wastewater system? Would you like to have a water system with fire flow?
Mm-hmm.
And about 2/3 of the respondents said yes, they would like to have water and wastewater, and then we threw in fire flow, it went up to 75%. So I think we're kind of still in that same neighborhood here.
The one thing that I remember from that 2019 survey though, okay, is that about 1/3 of the residents had said that they had replaced their septic systems within the past 10 years. And that those folks would not want to be part of that type of district because of the cost. And then we also looked at the cost of a package plant may only be $2.5 million or something in that neighborhood, but it was the piping cost to extend to all of those areas, given the lack of right of way and the geography and geology, that was going to make the cost far, far greater than the plant itself.
And that would be something that would be explored through, you know, future planning as to whether or not it's one single plant or if it's multiple local plants or what have you. But just, you know, in terms of the number of respondents who said, yes, we want water and wastewater, it's kind of in line with what you've got here.
Yes, agreed.
So consistency is nice.
It is. And then I won't read through the other issues, but you saw a lot about water, wastewater, traffic, speed. A lot of folks were interested in the Down Valley Connector Trail or other safe paths to get families, kids to parks and to community amenities. A lot about road maintenance on outlying county roads. And I'll be happy to share those. When you do a word cloud, it doesn't really do it justice. Here, check this out. It's a little bit difficult to intuit much from this, but a lot about bike paths, a lot about services.
I like that the words please and yes are in there.
I know. That's exciting. Word clouds? Do you?
The word love is in there.
Oh, really? Wow. Okay, so from this, I would like to break down the specific questions for you. The first of which is regarding the gate and whether or not you would like to leave the gate closed as it is or open the gate. We did say in the meeting, or I might have said, and I hope I wasn't getting too far out in front of my skis, that we were going to kind of look at the town side of Placerville's answers with the heaviest weight in this regard, knowing that they are the most affected. They're not the folks who are coming once, maybe one time a day or every other day to get their mail as much as the local residents who are using the parks, using more of the infrastructure in there. And here's that result. So my suggestion would be, I think that this is fairly overwhelming.
Yeah.
In the favor of, they think it's helping, and I think the commissioner's charge of public safety and welfare, I'm putting you into a box, I'm sorry. But it seems like this one was the easiest to answer as far as if you want to adhere to the townsite of Placerville respondents. And the one, again, outside of the collection period was in favor of opening the gate. So that would actually reduce that number further from 8 down to 7 compared to 20 saying yes and 5 saying no strong opinion. Are you okay with us leaving the gate closed from these responses?
Yes.
See Commissioner Brown has a thumbs up.
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
Very good. Thank you, commissioners.
And I think it's been a very interesting exercise, both in
Yes.
terms of trying something different and also getting the feedback. So appreciate that.
And data can always be a little hokey, but when I looked up on the ACS American Community Survey to try and gain a population size, I found 347 people in that down valley stretch, not the entirely, and it doesn't go into Ellerville or Lower Placerville, it doesn't go up on the mesas, but it's going from about Trunk Road down into the town site of Placerville, and they said 347 people in that area, full-time residents that are counted. So to get a response of 152 is shockingly good.
Yep.
I was excited that people cared this much about what's happening. Okay, so the next question was the drainage, and I kind of spoke to this before, but I would say let's pause until we can see if our interim solution is successful, and if it isn't, then we can re-engage, as well as, I'm conflating topics. So if we could start with our interim solution, see how that works, and then we could revisit with CDOT, their French drain and closing an entrance idea and get more into those details if the interim solution is not showing success.
So that's Boulder and Basin is the
Basin and
first thing.
Boulder, but not a dam, not a
Yeah.
jurisdictional water retention effort, but more of a decreasing and slowing down the water and debris. Commissioner Waring, you look very pensive.
I agree with the first step. I don't believe it's going to solve the problem. And that when there's another big flood event, that we're gonna have the same amount of water moving once the boulders have been breached. So I like the idea of slowing things down. I think it's worth a try, but I would like to continue the second part, which was to continue to engage with CDOT about either the French drain or the culvert or both if they have to work in tandem. Because I think that eventually we are going to want to have to solve this better. So, yes, and.
Commissioner Holstrom and Brown?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts?
I think I kind of repeat what Lance said. It's like,
Okay.
let's see if this works. And if it doesn't, then go from there.
Be prepared to act quickly on the alternate solutions.
Yes.
Yeah, and what I think we're struggling with is that even if our proposed first solution does work, it's not going to prevent the problem that we've been addressing from happening during high storm water events. It's perhaps going to slow some of the majority of the debris, but I think people weren't seeing branches and logs float by. They were just seeing large amounts of water inundating their property, and that's going to continue. So
I did get photos during our large storm events, and there were a significant amount of rocks, dirt, and other debris
Mhm.
that were in there. Our crews were out pretty regularly clearing that off. And unfortunately, even with this CDOT French drain idea,
That's not gonna help.
it
Yeah.
would still have all of the water and debris reporting down Surprise Avenue and all the way down Second Street.
Mhm.
So I think it's better than $500,000, but even that solution to upsize that culvert is going to have the debris on Surprise. So we're trying to keep that debris flow. I hear you and I agree
Yeah.
with you.
But let's try it. I'm not saying no. I'm just saying
Very good. No.
I don't know that it's gonna end us up
We
any.
saw some storm events where creeks that had never flowed over 2 feet were 6 feet deep this year. So I agree with you. If we see similar storm events continuing in the future, we're going to continue to struggle.
Okay. Well, let's struggle forward.
Yes,
Commissioner Brown.
Yeah, I definitely agree that we want to give the engineer and Ryan's plan a try. And I also want to discuss, we don't have to do this right now, but I think the reality is we're never going to be able to build a culvert big enough to handle our biggest storms. So I think we need to start kind of keeping track of how many of these big storms there are, and at sort of, I don't even know how you measure it, you know what I mean? But, and whether the big storms are being handled or helped by this current plan.
That's kind of what I'm.
Is that clear? Sorry, that was a little muddled.
No,
Is there a way to monitor it other than just hearsay?
I mean, as far scientifically to put, we could put in or find and
Camera.
put in electronic monitoring equipment. I think the reality is, folks like Matt Steen, who own 10 of the lots there in Placerville, are in pretty constant communication whenever we're, as well as many other residents. I know Ryan's on the call and I'm sure he could attest to, we get phone calls as soon as it starts.
Yep.
It's not really a mystery when these things are happening and our crews are being dispatched. Yes.
Photos.
Yeah, it might be, perhaps working with, Heather and Nicola's also been working on her GIS skills to kind of create a tracking map for when we have major weather events and also the locations of, just put a pin in it, with the, information of, the date and, description or, we'll figure it out. But, so we have a map that, it's not just relying on our memories and anecdotal, but we can actually look and say, oh yeah, we've had, 5 major events at this one point. So I think there could be a mapping solution.
Great, that would be a step.
Thank you. I'll follow up with her.
And Nicola is looking for projects.
I heard from other business, so that's great. Regarding the next question, this was the townsite of Placerville's response about a speed study, 14 yes, 6 no strong opinion, and then you had 7 and 6 saying either no or I'd like to see other traffic calming. And the other traffic calming is where I have some information from Janet I'd like to share. But when we look at the total of all the folks, it's still actually that yes number comes up fairly dramatically. So I think it's interesting to me to see people that aren't in the townsite of Placerville, probably that in the majority were in the Down Valley corridor near the road. They are seeing the speeding vehicles and want to see this reduced as well. So with that input, would you authorize me to make a formal request for a speed study to CDOT?
Yes.
Makes sense to me.
Okay. Commissioner Brown, I know you're struggling.
I mean, I was considering, do we want to wait and see if the community feels things are improved with those signs on either side of the town site? But hang on a minute, this would be along a greater length of the corridor, correct?
Correct. This would be from the Highway 62 junction to the west side of Saw Pit.
Yeah. I mean, I think if the community is interested in that and they recognize the risk, I think it's worthwhile. Yes, thank you.
Very good.
And that's when they got 47% said yes, they'd support it.
Correct.
Right. Okay.
Very good. And then the local improvement district, I think this is more Not really sure how to handle this one, because I know that we're gonna be touching on this when we get into the Down Valley Master Plan next year. But I also think that that's probably the more formal mechanism to gauge whether folks would like to have a taxation district, because I can filter it by different areas of response. That was Townside of Placerville, still very much in favor.
Yeah, I would think, the master plan is going to hopefully have a component where we are analyzing the not just the concepts, but also some preliminary ideas. The old plan, we've got an old wastewater plan that is out of date. So, new wastewater plan with some, basic engineering and cost estimates. And then there's a number of different entities or types that I think we want to, study and look into and figure out what before we put anything out specific right now. If you're forming a public improvement district, there has to be an election. I can tell you that there's ways to really minimize your election. Or you can make it more community wide. What is that entity going to be? If it's a metro district, or it's a public improvement district, or it's a.
Yep.
Yeah. So I think a lot more of that could be fleshed out through the as part of the master plan process, and we would make that part of the RF, the RFQ that we would put out as, telling them part of the scope is going to be a governance and financing plan. So.
What I hear you both saying is let's hold on this until we've had a chance to go through the master planning process and have those conversations. And if those conversations bear fruit, then we'll be involved at some level. But I don't foresee, based on this survey, that the county is going to jump in and assist in forming a public improvements district down valley, even with a slight interest by the residents in doing so. It's still not something that I feel comfortable or willing to undertake.
Commissioner Brown?
Yeah, I agree. I think we should wait for the master plan, because I think it's going to be, we need to ask a very specific question about what it would be for, and have a plan in mind in dollars and all that kind of thing. So I'm agreeing. And Kay, am I correct that that master plan for Down Valley is planned for 2026? Is that right?
Yeah, that is correct. Yes.
Okay. After we're done with this, I just need to revisit the speed study. Sorry.
Sure.
Are we done with the,
I think we are, yes. Here's the speed study.
Okay, sorry, I was in the middle of a sneezing fit, and so I just kind of went along, but then it occurred to me that we did not have a majority in either all of the population or in just Placerville Townsite saying they wanted the speed study. It was 46 and 42%, which, that's not the only reason we would make the decision, but I'd be very curious to see if it's possible, Mike, if you just look at the people who live in the Down Valley corridor, which are the ones that are going to be most affected by that, what does that look like? Yeah, that one.
Yep.
So of 82.
So it was 47% was the total when this is Down Valley, but not Placerville Townsite. It's 45 yes, 15 no strong opinion, and then 14.6 no, 24 saying.
So it doesn't change much regardless of which set of responses we're looking at, but just I wanted to clarify, it is less than half of the people who want it, and we decided to go ahead. I was thinking it was a majority because I just saw those big green blocks.
I
I
It's a
know it's
little bit like ranked choice voting, where I'm commingling the ones that were interested in somehow reducing the speed
along with
and
those that don't care.
along with those that don't care. And putting that don't cares tips it in my mind towards the ones that do care a lot, and the ones that don't want it at all are definitely in the minority. That was how I was doing that calculus in my head.
I will say, after we put this survey out is when we pulled the trigger on contracting with CDOT to install those speed signs next year.
Mhm.
I also have, so that would help with potentially speeding on the highway.
Mhm.
I have some slides from Janet to share with you, and if she's on, I could have her share them. About other ways to slow down traffic in the Placerville town site. I think where we're getting to is this subset of the other down valley folks. And you're correct, it's 15.8 and 45.12 saying don't care or yes. So I could see why, given, you have, actually, I'm sorry, that's it, that's in the total. You do have a significant number saying no or other ways. I think you are addressing the other ways through the speed signs that are going to be installed next year. We could wait, knowing that this is kind of a one-way street. You can't request the speed study and then say, I don't like the results, so forget it. So knowing that you can't do a 180, maybe we wait to see if the plan I'm about to show you for the townside of Placerville is successful in slowing down the traffic within the townside area. And then the speed signs are successful in slowing down the highway traffic. Before you, if those two things are showing no success or limited success, I think then you pull the next lever of the speed study.
Remind me where the proposed signs are going to be placed?
They're on either side of the town of Placerville. They're right before or right around where the entrance to the fire station is, as you're heading east. And then as you're heading west, it's, how far was it, a quarter mile or half mile before the first entrance into the town? Quarter mile.
I think that makes sense to me because I know the ones in Salt Pit have made a big difference.
I agree with you that they've made a difference in my personal habits as I pass through the town of Saw Pit, but I also tend to pick it back up again as soon as I'm out of that township. So, Mike, I'm not following your logic completely. I think that we have perhaps two. I have looked at Janet's potential slowdowns that are in our
It's only for
packet.
the town site.
Yeah, and those work well for the town site, but what I'm hearing from all the people outside of the town site, not all of them, from a number of them, is that it's hard to get onto the highway, that the traffic is moving increasingly quickly, and that it is a problem. And I don't think that the fixes that we're suggesting for just the Placerville area are going to have much, if any, effect.
I agree with Lance on that.
So the follow-up is I've been involved with some very preliminary trying to understand speed study conversations with CDOT out of our Durango-based office. And while the engineer down there can't make any guarantees because the data hasn't been collected, she did feel that it was low percentage that the end result would be an increased recommendation for speed. And she based that on the fact there's so many arteries coming in to the highway that even if the cars are moving at a rate equal or greater than the posted speed, that there's a counterbalance in the equation for number of arteries and obstacles and corners and kind of reasons to go slowly. And that would help serve as somewhat of a check in the formula. So I'm more confident than maybe someone who's never had that conversation that we aren't going to see a recommended speed of 70 coming up.
I
through the canyon.
did a speed study in a former county and it did come in to reduce the speed from 60 to 45 in a residential area. So I have in the verbiage was the exact same, be careful, it could increase it. But to your point, with the amount of arteries coming into the Highway 145 corridor, I tend to think you're correct.
And the curviness of the road, and I think, yeah.
So what I hear Commissioners Brown and Waring saying is they're still in favor of requesting the speed study,
And I'm okay with it.
and Commissioner Holstrom is also okay with it. So wait, Commissioner Brown.
Yeah, no, I am. I appreciate your patience with me as we revisited just the data for the Down Valley Corridor residents. And when I add together the people in that segment that say, yes, that's 45%, or sorry, that's by itself. And then the no's and the other ideas are 39%. So I look at those as both no's, as Lance was getting at. So we're still a little bit more in favor of it. And Lance, I think you made a really important point that it is unlikely it'll go up. And if we have a chance of bringing it down, I think pretty much everybody would approve of that in the neighborhood, don't you think?
Yeah, except for the Leadfoots, but there's never going to be unanimity.
Okay, and I will adapt.
Yes.
And, you know, my problem with getting making a left turn onto the highway is not so much the speed of the traffic, it's the volume.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You know, when I have to wait for 30 cars to pass.
Yep.
Doesn't matter how fast they're going.
That's really it's the issue.
Yeah, well, if we can accept that volume is our next challenge and that speed is a component, perhaps 30 cars going slightly slower is at least less hard to merge with, less difficult. Let's try it.
Very good, thank you. And so the last item was Janet Ask has heirs under contract, and she had spoken with them about the town site of Placerville, looking at how to better clarify parking, traffic, beautification, slowing people down to make it safer. And I'd love for you to speak and share what your conversation was and the outcome, Janet.
Thanks, Mike. Nancy, if you could share your screen, please. Thanks.
So I want to make sure everybody knows this is not the county's plan. We have not been authorized. We do not have funding for this. This would be something probably done through a local improvement district. But it is cool to dream of what it could look like.
It's conceptual.
So, exactly. So these are, you have two renderings before you. These are prepared by AIRS, our EPA grant consultant. And as part of that grant, which focuses more on the revitalization of historic structures, we also focus on area-wide planning concepts. So we did focus on the Placerville area as one of our projects. And, you know, and I guess you could say they took my idea of planter boxes and ran with it. So, you know, this is to better delineate traffic flow through the Placerville proper area. It does include closing one curb cut. And again, these are just preliminary. I've shared these with Ryan Rigetti and also BHE because I wanted to obtain the utility mapping for the area. And we don't, you know, and BHE is fine with this because the main pressure line that feeds Telluride is located in the ditch. But this entire project area is within CDOT right-of-way. So I haven't shared this with them yet because, again, these are just preliminary concepts. But Ryan and I met with CDOT reps down in this area back in June because CDOT itself is looking to do their own multimodal improvements on a 145. And they're looking at 2026 and 2027. So they already took our comments into consideration, you know, be it with potentially closing a curb cut, installing curbs, sidewalks, and just making the area safer for pedestrian traffic flow, and then again, controlling the speed limit within the area. This is, so again, you know, this includes some different, if you look at the two renderings, you know, it means one of them, you know, it's moving the bus stop, and, you know, that obviously includes the school and SMART and bus staying. But I think they're pretty cool concepts because it better defines the area and, and it really dresses it up a bit. We do have a small core group of Placerville residents that we typically follow up with to discuss any areas or conceptual ideas. So again, I haven't shared this. Obviously, it's being shared publicly right now, but I've only had conversations with Mike, Ryan, and our BHE rep. So I just wanted to share these with you today to obtain any comments you might have and just your thoughts.
Thanks, Janet. Commissioners, comments, questions, ideas?
I thought these were great to look at for one thing. And then I think the one we're looking at has a straight shot, which I think people would still think of as straight shot. And I think the other one had they had two cutouts maybe. But anyway, I really like the renderings, and I think that's going to be super helpful with future planning and being able to people to conceptualize it.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Holstrom. And of course, we would consult with the business owners to obtain their comments as well, because we do take into consideration loading areas, delivery areas, and just big delivery trucks still having access to the businesses.
Commissioner Brown, anything to add?
Yeah, I think it's just really exciting to think that Front Street could look something like this. I have two questions. One, is it really worth, pursuing this even with meetings with neighborhood or neighbors or, the core group you talked about, Janet, since it's so far down the line? I mean, we wouldn't do an improvements district until, after the master plan. So, I mean, maybe obviously I don't want to hide them from anyone, but I just don't want you to spend your time on something that, isn't going to happen. So that was one question, and I can leave that to you and Mike to decide if that's a priority or maybe the other commissioners want to weigh in. My other question is, I had heard rumblings about planter boxes to slow traffic in Placerville. And like you, I hadn't expected something quite so, developed. Is there opportunity to do anything just kind of on our own next summer?
You should mention that,
To
Janet.
slow traffic?
Well, I think so, Commissioner Brown, because Mike and I had recently spoken about that, and and he kind of gave me the go-ahead to just go out and get planter boxes, just to sort of introduce that concept into the area, and again, just let those people who utilize that area and drive through that area with the Mercantile get used to that idea that hey, we're trying to delineate traffic flow better and slow it down a bit.
I think, I'd love to see a plan for that, and how much it would cost.
Janet shares my frugal spending nature, and so she is I think remind me, Janet, you had already found some planter boxes for this purpose, didn't you?
No, I mean, we've been talking about it, but I know what the town of Telluride, has paid for theirs along Main Street. And again, we wouldn't require that many because pretty much it would just be within that area directly in front of the Mercantile. So maybe 3, 4, and I would better discuss it also with Ryan too, he's aware, we've discussed it before, but just his take on measuring out that area for what would be the most appropriate.
Kay has something to add. I just wanted to sneak in real quickly. Ryan striped all of these areas.
Yeah.
And even with very clear delineation of the road center line and parking spaces, the very next day I saw trucks double, triple parking in front of the Mercantile because that's what they're used to. So I do think that there is a need for some physical barriers or additions to get folks to behave differently. Okay.
Yeah, the striping makes no difference, unfortunately.
Yeah, barriers that will force people to make 90-degree turns. I think is really essential. It's amazing we don't have more accidents down there.
Yeah.
If I'm coming in off the highway at the intersection that's to the west of the Mercantile, I'm always watching to see a truck cut across in front of me. They're not, they're just totally oblivious to the incoming traffic.
Mhm.
And, you know, same thing happens on the other side as well. So forcing people into 90-degree turns, and if that means, you know, coming up with some, you know, planter boxes or even Jersey barriers, which probably not the most aesthetic, but something to create more of a grid would be very, very helpful.
Janet, do we need CDOT approval to put planter box, you know, the more informal approach for this summer?
Well, I will follow up with our local CDOT rep out of the Durango office, but since it's not considered a permanent structure, obviously they'd be flexible and movable, just like the ones along Main Street here in Telluride. But I will have that conversation because I like to keep them in the loop with anything we're proposing for that area as far as dressing it up and better traffic flow control.
Great.
Thanks, Janet. I think I echo everything we said about planter boxes. I'm glad to know that you're already headed that direction, and I'm not entirely sure that it is worth spending time with residents yet. It seems like it might be premature to speak with anybody about these two possibilities until the 2026 master planning process is over and we see if a public improvements district actually materializes. Otherwise, this seems like it's a really great idea without a funding stream.
No, thank you, Commissioner Waring. Yeah, no, I didn't have anything scheduled to meet with the community just yet. I just wanted to present this today and do something, a more simpler approach in the interim with planter boxes.
Perfect.
Thanks, Janet.
Okay, thank you.
The commissioners, that concludes item A, unless you have any more questions or direction.
Good.
Very good.
Item B.
Okay, item B. This is, let me figure out how to.
This is very small print is what.
I really apologize. I wanted you to have a physical copy. I am going to share my screen.
It's okay.
So this came, and let me do what I say I'm going to do, and then we'll get started. So this is an initiative that came out of, making sure my screen looks a little different than yours, that came out of the last intergovernmental meeting. Zoe Donnell, the Telluride town manager, had proposed this, and it had been supported by the various jurisdictions to sit down and review our regional shared priorities, and not just the goals, but the action steps behind each to accomplish them. And I will try and make the screen a little better. The problem is this is such a large spreadsheet that I'm going to have to keep scrolling back and forth to read it. But I think this is probably the easiest way to look at it and to look at the goal areas in particular.
And I have one I can't read, so.
Okay, so I was excited because a lot of the things mentioned on this sheet are things that we're already doing, and we are in pretty regular and constant communication with our town partners in Telluride and Mountain Village in particular regarding these. But I did see that the commissioners who established their 2-year goals last year set housing, behavioral health, and environmental sustainability as your top 3 goals. And behavioral health is really the only one that I don't see included in this. So I don't want to truncate this discussion, but I just wanted to make sure that you noticed that as well. And I know Commissioner Brown and I were attending a co-responder meeting just yesterday and kind of talked about, our other towns have discussed this in the past as a top goal area, but it doesn't seem to be reflected here. And how can we get us all on that same page? This is, I know you have your hand up. I was just going to add that following our brief discussion today, there will be a follow-up next month where they're asking a manager or staff member and one of your elected officials to join a smaller group to then get into a deeper discussion about each of these items. So my call to action to you today is twofold. First is, are there areas that you disagree with that you do not think should be a regional goal? I guess it's threefold. Are there areas that you think should be added? And then who will be my commissioner pal to go to this meeting in January? And you may not nominate Commissioner Holstrom because she will be termed out by then.
No,
Okay,
I'm not
so
doing that.
first area, I'm sorry, Commissioner Brown, you had your hand up.
I can't remember exactly what I was gonna say at that time, but I will, I do have some comments. I also noticed behavioral health is not explicitly part of it, but, it does talk under the second goal, community vitality, inclusivity, about expanding access to public health and wellness services. So my suggestion was gonna be that we ask the, intergovernmental group if we could expand that to focus. Well, it does have mental health services and substance abuse support on there. So maybe it's in there, right?
Yes and no. I do see it is in there, but it's also a bit subordinate
Yeah, it could be
to
spelled out.
affordable, high quality health and wellness, including
Sure.
preventative care. It's kind of in the laundry list rather than at the forefront.
You mean
But-
like, so it's an action item as opposed to a focus area or a goal?
Correct.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. That's a good point. I mean, the reality is, I don't know if the other towns feel that that is as big a priority as us, but it's something we should discuss. I think that's what you said, and let's do that.
Very good. So the first area was focus or address critical infrastructure. And underneath that were the goals of increasing housing diversity and affordability. And I guess before I start plowing through this, how would you like to review this document? Because it is a fairly lengthy document.
Yeah.
I kind of thought that we would look at the program and goal areas first. See, are there ones like we're really supportive of that? I think we're doing the majority of these things already. There are a few that are a little bit more municipal centric related to the economy. Obviously, economy matters to us, but we don't have the commercial centers that the town has. How would you like to review this document?
I'm willing to review the document, but hearing that you just said that you think we're already focused on most of the ones that are in it, and there's a few that are extra that are town centric, I'm not sure how much time we need to spend going through the small print. I think what we do need to decide is which of us will be that representative, and then attend that first meeting and get a feel for what the group's focus is and how they want to proceed. If that first meeting indicates that there's some lack of focus on something we think is one of our top 3 goals, for example, then I think we would want to focus more on the document and try to re-steer if we need to. But otherwise, I'm pretty comfortable with what you just said, and until the group meets, I don't know that we need to pre-plan it.
Other commissioners? I see Commissioner Holstrom's thumbs up. Commissioner Brown, your hand is up.
Yeah, I have some sort of bigger picture comments that I would be interested to know how the other commissioners feel about it. And then I have some more detailed things that we could bring up in January or whatever. But should we spend how much time do we have for this, Lance?
Long
Oh,
as
we don't have any time.
As long as we need, but let's start with your big picture comments.
Yeah.
That leads us.
Okay, so the first thing is the title of this says intergovernmental goals and objectives. And I wonder if we should recognize that this is East End centric and say something about that in the title, because I don't want people to think that we didn't realize that we're not focusing on the
Agreed.
rest of the county.
2 thumbs up.
Okay. This is a bigger one. I feel like the action items are too vague, and I think I brought this up in our intergovernmental meeting. I would, and Zoe, I know, who pulled this together, has a ton of experience in planning, so there might be a reason that she did it this way, but the way she defined these action items are concrete task-oriented steps, which in my mind means it's almost something you could sort of check off the list, right? And she also said these are for typically within the year. So I would recommend that we get more specific about what we're going to do in terms of action items, as opposed to just say, develop inclusive housing. I mean, that to me is almost like a focus area. I mean, I know it's inclusive is making it more, you know, drilling down a little bit, but I'd like to say, let's have a goal of, you know, how many we're going to build in 2025 or how far we're going to get, as opposed to, or what we're going to do on the projects, as opposed to just these sort of vague, in my mind, you know, goals that we can't really measure.
I like where you're headed. I think that's a great conversational gambit for the first meeting of this group. And as I recall, Anne, we did play the nose game at that IG meeting. So we've already made the decision as to who's going to be leading the charge. But yes, I'd like the idea of trying to put numbers to it if possible. And I think Chris does too.
Yeah, because I think got goals, description, action items description, and it seems like the descriptions are basically the same. There's just a few more words on the under the action. So they don't feel like they're really. I think you're right. I think we could put more information under the action items, so that it's not so vague. Develop inclusive housing.
Oh, you know what just occurred to me is, Chris, when you said that, is when we did our goals, I think we had another, maybe it's another column that says sort of like metrics or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if this is the right way to do it, you know, based on Zoe's extensive experience, I would never want to change her, you know, a proven approach, but maybe we need to add metrics. So that's something we could speak to.
Tweaking, that's all.
Yeah, I like that, Anne. I think
Yeah.
the term metrics is where you want to open that up with.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, great. And then let's see. This is another kind of action item, and then you tell me if you want me to just talk about this at the January meeting, but I would like to see as an action item under housing is a vision for affordable housing, like a shared vision of affordable housing, so that, and I don't want to, you've probably heard me say this before, I'm not talking about hiring another consultant to do a 3-year study or something, but to kind of sit down with all these 3 players and talk about, like, where are we headed? Where does it make the most sense to put the housing? Where do we want to focus? How can we support each other, as opposed to working in, you know, our 3 silos?
Sure. I think that's going to come out in this conversation at some level, but if we can formalize the question and force everybody to think about it with guardrails or parameters around that really big question, then yes, that's a great use of time.
Commissioner, nodding.
Okay. Oops. Is it me again?
Yep.
Okay.
No, I was just letting you know that both your fellow commissioners agreed with that statement.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and now I'm just looking down further at notes on infrastructure, like, you know, we have some really specific things we're working on: wastewater treatment, Fruin building, a rec center feasibility plan. So I would have expected to see those in under action items for 2025, but that's just reinforcing my other point. There were a couple of things that I sort of language that I wasn't sure were really in line with what I foresee for the community. Oh, actually, I forgot one, but I'll come back to that. In under number 3, economic vitality, 3-1, support economic diversity and resilience. They have the word growth in there. Good luck, Mike. Where is it? Yeah, it's on the second page. It's on the second page.
Yes.
Further down.
Not the upgrade utilities to ensure sustainability, reliability, and future.
No, Oh, no, that's okay. That one wasn't as much of a problem. It's more like economic growth that we're looking to like grow and expand as opposed to creating there we are. So see where it says 3.1 and then the non-bolded text, creating sustainable opportunities for year-round economic growth. That's just not a word that I really want to see in our plans. I'd rather say, sustainability and well-being, recognizing that there is probably going to be some growth, but it's not like a goal.
Commissioner, heard an agreement
Yep.
from Commissioner Holstrom, Commissioner Waring, any thoughts on that?
Only have to count to 2. But yes.
Very
And
good.
then right above that, it talks about robust local industry. That sounds to me like they want to in the same paragraph, Mike, but just the second line said they want to develop other industries in our region. And I just don't know if that is sustainable, or sorry, not sustainable, but practical, given so many constraints. So I don't know if that aligns with my vision for the community or the San Miguel County Commission as a whole. I think that's a conversation we would want to have.
I think that's a conversation that you may dig into at that first meeting
Mhm.
and report out what you learn. And if there's a big surprise, let's then weigh in. But for right now, I think just allowing that language to sit with a question mark
Yeah.
in all of our minds will be fine.
That's what I have too. All right. And then actually I meant to back up. Where we get into, where to go? The issue of community vitality, or I don't know where it goes, but I would like to see some kind of an assessment of what our realistic carrying capacity is for the community in terms of what land do we already have, what's it zoned for, what do we really think we're going to be and look like, in 20, 30 years? And I guess that would be part of the infrastructure study. It would be a first step, because how do you plan infrastructure if you don't know how big you're going to be, right? And yeah, and I know I've heard people say, well, carrying capacity increases with technology. I totally understand that. But we also have a lot of zoning in place right now that is quite well established. So we might be able to kind of size the community. Maybe that's a better word than carrying capacity.
Name tag.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
And we were having a reflection issue here in the room, but we've got it solved. You're not the first person to call for a regional carrying capacity study. Kay has fielded that question a number of times. It's more slippery than it seems, but it does seem like, based on existing zoning, we could tally up the figures and come up with an approximation, and then we throw in lots of variables and end up somewhat confused.
It's actually, it's mandated, the latest crop of things that came out of Prop 123.
Can't hear Kay.
They said that we have to do that as part of Prop 123, so it's going to happen, and we should write it down in our side notes to bring to that meeting.
Okay, got it. It's in my side notes.
Thank you.
Let's see. I mean, there's just some things I thought could be combined, and yeah, I think those were my big ones.
Right. Well, that's great that you've already put some thought into it. And I think that you've got general consent from the commissioners to follow all those various threads that you just mentioned. And you've got more you want to speak about now, we should. Otherwise, we do have a couple guests from the town of Telluride who are here for item 13D. And in deference to their schedules, perhaps we should jump to item 13D.
Before we do so, Commissioner Waring.
Yes, sir.
Can I just see Commissioner Holstrom, yourself, Commissioner Brown, were there any other areas where you had disagreement with this? Where you disagreed with the action or the goal area?
I don't think so.
I think that everything seems sensible. I think that it's going to be a question of priorities and what's possible. I think that if we said everything is of equal importance, we're going to get very small
When
steps.
everything's important, nothing's.
Exactly.
I didn't see as much around renewable energy. I saw green building practices. I saw conservation, adaptive strategies. Oh, okay, they're good. Transition.
Greenhouse
and
gas
incentives for
emissions,
renewable.
conserve natural resources. I
Yeah,
think it's in there.
There it is. It's at 4B3.
Mm-hmm.
Mike, I also think under 4.1A, where it says encourage green building practices, we could add, this was kind of a wordsmithy thing, I think. When you talk about building standards, add a renewable energy in there as a goal as well.
Okay,
Or
very,
as a part of the action plan.
we'll go and make our case, Commissioner Brown. Very
And
good.
thank you for doing
Thanks.
that.
All right. Is it now time to
We
jump
can
to
jump
D?
to D
Mhm.
and talk about the Fruin IGA MOU.
I assume that's what
That's what these
Lance and
gentlemen
James are here
for.
for.
Fine, guys, whatever you.
Oh,
need to
no,
do over here.
no, we would love for you to come in.
It's nice and quiet in here.
It's a refuge.
Yeah, we love it here.
Yes.
The difference between 3 board members and 7 is apparent, huh? Come on up, gentlemen. We are going to go to item 13D, which is a consideration of the Fruin Building Preliminary Design Memorandum of Understanding. Jared Biggs is our county liaison here, and we've got Lance McDonald and James Van Huber. Huzer. Excuse me, James. I knew that.
That happens when you step away.
That's right.
Yeah, you get forgotten. Welcome back, and here we are. We've got an MOU draft in our packet, and we've got Jared to open the conversation, I believe.
Yeah, so thank you, commissioners. This is just some consideration of the MOU. I think that Mike has the capacity to sign this MOU, but we wanted to get direction from the board on any issues, concerns. Big idea being, we have talked for well over a year now about kind of a cooperative office space for redesigning the Fruin location with the town of Telluride. This was part of Zoe Denal's master's capstone project. She had done some pretty significant analysis. The town has engaged a preliminary designer, Hawk, to develop some sketch plans, and I included kind of an excerpt from one of the town packets into the BOCC packet here. Had some really great visuals of what it can look like, mass and scale of that property, so on and so forth. And so really at this point in time, we are just asking for direction to move ahead with a more formal exploration, particularly on issues of allowing the town to obviously have access to the site when need be for this study, conduct kind of background diligence, title searches, other things like that, with our cooperation and efforts. Explore with the HARC, or the Historical and Architectural Advisory or Review Committee, on how there's going to be some issues with that that we will have to navigate, and then finally kind of formalize what it might look like to have that engagement, start talking about how much space and how much cost and how we might put that all together with a financing plan. So again, the great thing is the town of Telluride has been a really good partner to date. They are willing to engage in this at no cost to the county, except for our time to be participants as well. And I would ask James and Lance what else they might have to add too.
That really is a good summary, Jared. I think the important points are county is not being asked to provide any monetary help at this point. It's in the town's budget as part of their 2025 larger facilities master planning exercise, is looking at a joint town county facility. The only other thing I want to mention is So we did include, or Jared did include in the packet, some of those renderings and theoretical floor plans. It's really important at this stage to reiterate, nothing has been planned. There is no allocation of who gets what window and what percentage of is for county and for town. Yeah, exactly. Or what is the brick color, this is the point of the MOU is to be able to start having those conversations in earnest and get us up to a threshold at which we could decide if we wanted to actually pursue this. So again, we're not saying right now this is getting built.
Yeah, this process is with a preliminary design, a cost estimate based on that preliminary design, and recommendations about how to finance such a structure. And at that point, a new decision point happens as to whether the local governments want to proceed with working on this plan. But we'll have more of a plan that is taking the program that the county's provided the town and the town's program and really articulating that three-dimensionally and then cost estimating and then figuring out how it might be able to be paid for. And then that would be the next decision point. We're looking at completing that in early July, so that if there are any ramifications for budget going into the next year, we would have that information available.
Commissioners, do you have any questions for either our staff or the town staff?
Not yet.
Commissioner Brown?
I just had one really silly question, I think, but it says here in the MOU that the town would give the county 24 hours notice if they wanted to access the site, which makes perfect sense. I just want to check with the management, our management, to see if that gives us enough time to give notice to our tenants. Yes, okay.
I think lucky for us, we got to take the first draft of writing it. So we did
You
try
like
and
it.
build in timelines that would work for us. So
Nice.
Great.
All right, I'm not hearing any objection to this MOU in today's planning meeting or planning to plan. I will say that future conversations about funding are going to be difficult on our end. And I wanted to be really clear so that when you go back to your council, that at least in my mind, and I know I can't bind future boards and there may be some other decision made down the road, but for now, I think that the only place that the county could participate is as a landowner, but I don't foresee the county being a player in construction financially.
Yeah, there might be a joint DOLA grant, for example.
That would be
What's that?
A what?
a
there
joint
might be a
DOLA
joint
grant.
DOLA grant,
Oh.
Yeah.
that this would be, I have a hard time imagining how this project would proceed without grant funding, to be honest, so.
And
Thank you.
I have had some preliminary conversations with our DOLA rep, and they were very excited and supportive of this
Good.
concept. It kind of gets towards the efficiency and one-stop shop for the public, so.
Great. Well, with that, proceed, gentlemen, with Godspeed, and we'll authorize Mike to sign this agreement.
Okay, we will be discussing the MOU at the January 14th town council meeting. If that goes well, we will start on 9 o'clock on January 15th.
All right.
15?
Mhm.
Thank you.
Good to
Sweet.
see y'all. Thanks.
Thanks.
Back at ya.
thank you.
Thank you.
You can stay if you want the quiet,
All right, we are back to item 13C, which is consideration of this chair's signature on a second supplement and amendment to the intergovernmental agreement for cost sharing of the planning and gondola project development phase of the gondola project. Mike Bordonia has information for us. Some of it's in the packet, some of it is in his head.
So thank you, commissioners. As you and the public knows, the county has been involved with planning of gondola for over the past 5 years, closer to 7 years. And the sincere planning, I would say, started more in earnest in the last 3 to 4 years, where we hired consultants to facilitate the gondola subcommittee and leadership groups, the formation of those groups, the facilitation, hiring financing and elections council, outside legal. And so, when the county was being asked to be an equal participant with the other entities, and those entities were TSG, Telluride Ski and Golf, Town of Mountain Village, that later, as of last year, became the Mountain Village entity, which is split between TMVOA and the Town of Mountain Village as one partner. Town of Telluride, San Miguel County, and SMART. So we have all been participating in this up to, and the county have been very clear that we will participate to ensure that our citizens had an equal voice in the planning and concepts towards a financing question to continue operations of the gondola. And that was ballot question measure 3A that did pass. And so moving into next year, we have clarified that we will not be moving forward in the planning process as it gets more into the physical development of the gondola equipment and the stations and how those stations will be redeveloped and operated. That is not really a county function, but we do know that we have a lot of residents that either use the gondola for commuting or for their business or personal enjoyment. So that was why we've been an equal partner. Now we're stepping back, and the towns of the Mountain Village entity, Town of Telluride, and then potentially, there was some discussion at the last Gondola Leadership Committee meeting about SMART being a participant as well in the planning moving forward. But this is to codify that the county will still have 2 seats on the gondola subcommittee, which will remain as an advisory committee. However, we will no longer be on the leadership group or the decision-making group, which makes sense because we want the folks who are going to be cutting the checks to be making the decisions on those finances. So that's the short version of this. This is to clarify what our role is and our financial commitment, which is none moving forward for 2025 and beyond. Do you have any questions?
Don't see any questions.
Seems straightforward.
Very good. Then is there a
Motion.
to allow the chair's signature on the second supplement and amendment to the IGA for cost sharing of the planning and gondola project development phase of the gondola project?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
As well,
you
motion
for-
carries. We have concluded manager matters.
Yay.
You're welcome. All right, we've also concluded previously commissioner updates, which takes us to attorney matters.
Except, did we finish, Ann?
And did you have more commissioner updates?
I don't think I gave my commissioner updates because I was going to
we
organize it over
That's right.
lunch.
You were going to think about it.
I thought about it.
Okay.
Thank you, Chris and Lance. Getting to that. Okay. I just want to let you guys know I've been in a few meetings at the state level and also locally with various groups and leaders trying to understand potential implications of change in policy in Washington coming in January in terms of how that might impact our residents and workforce. So it's something that I'm doing as an individual commissioner. And there is a lot of momentum for kind of understanding what might happen and preparing for it. And so I have been working on that with some other local groups. So I'm happy to share more with you offline if you'd like to. It's not anything that I need to go into a great deal of detail with, but I felt it was important that you know that, as you know, this is an area of interest for me, immigrant advocacy, and so I have been spending quite a bit of time on that. Last Thursday, the 12th, I participated in the Sheriff's Office corporal interviews. You may remember, I'm sure you do, that we approved those 2 new positions for the Sheriff's Office in our 2025 budget. And everywhere I go, especially in the Sheriff's Office, and whenever I run into peacekeeping officers from the county, they are expressing their thanks
to the commissioners for those two positions. We interviewed 3 internal candidates for the 2 spots. I believe they'll be announced today. There was some kind of administrative delay, but I can't tell you how impressed I was with the 3 people that we interviewed and how through that process, really came to understand even more the benefits of those 2 positions. So that was really, really rewarding, and thank you. We talked about the SMART meeting on Friday night. This is not really a county thing, but I went to see Ski Bum the musical featuring Lance Waring's wife. She's in there, and I really recommend it to everybody as a community event. It's incredible. I'm going back. I should have said something to James when he was here. On 12/14, which was Saturday, as a member of CAFI, the Collaborative Action for Immigrants, I attended Papa Noel, which is a community holiday celebration, and it was beautifully organized and so much fun. There were just tons of families there, and great holiday energy. It was really neat. And the last thing was Mike made reference to a meeting we had yesterday regarding the co-responder program, which, as you know, is a priority of the Board of County Commissioners to reignite. And we had kind of a hard conversation that was really the hard part of it was led by Haley Leonard, who works for Access, who basically called us on the fact that we don't really seem to have broad spread community support or leadership support for this program yet. And that she would need to see that from us before she could, continue or at least consider helping us develop a program, or certainly running that program for us should she be awarded the contract. So we have some plans for regrouping and trying to bring in law enforcement. Right now, we have the Telluride Fire Protection District in the conversations, but we really can't do it without conversations, including law enforcement. So our hope is to start bring them in February and to really, everybody says they want the program, but nobody other than the county has committed to actually doing anything about it, with one exception. The county has agreed to be the fiscal sponsor. The county has agreed to fund with our $250,000. The fire department has offered a vehicle, which is fantastic. But other than that, no one's agreed to either employ these people or house these people or anything like that. So we need to get more buy-in, I think, from the other entities, agencies who will be making use of this co-responder. So we're gonna kind of regroup and get after that. And that's all I have.
Thanks, Ann. Unless there are questions, we'll move to item 15, which is attorney matters, and Maura is with us for an end of year update. Welcome, Maura.
Thanks. Hello, commissioners. So the first item is just kind of a end of year round things out to provide both an update on litigation since the most recent update that Lane Thomason provided in early November. So I haven't listed all litigation here. It's only those items that needed updating. And then at the end, Nancy has helped prepare just sort of a very brief summary of all the other things that have come through the office this year. And if there are specific questions about some of those, I might have Nancy come up, since I'm still learning what each of those different types of actions are, because we have not yet handled any of them since I started, but I can answer any questions about the litigation updates if there are any.
I just have one question. Is that normal amount of core requests, or are we high, low? About average?
It's about average, maybe a titch more than we've had in the past. They've increased a little bit, but not hugely.
Just because a couple of them involved us. I think
Yeah,
like,
I think
oh.
last year was 90, and then
Okay.
my number was 170, if I remember right.
Thanks.
I couldn't hear what Nancy said the last couple years were.
You said we were about normal.
Okay.
Any other questions for Maura regarding the memo that she's got in the packet? Not
Nope.
seeing any, but Maura, thank you for that time and those clear updates. And hopefully next time we do this, it'll be a blank piece of paper.
Wouldn't that be amazing?
Wouldn't that be nice?
Wouldn't that be nice? Okay, we'll move into item 15B, which is a executive session under citation 4B for the purposes of discussing the 155 Hayden View Trail Notice of Appeal. And under 4B, we receive legal advice on specific legal questions.
Lance, I need to recuse myself from this because the property owner is a personal friend and a client of my husband's. So should I just put this on mute or do I need to log out and then come
We
back
put
in?
you in the waiting room, Anne, and we'll bring you back in when we're done discussing. Does that work for you?
Perfect.
Great. Thank you for that. You are headed into the waiting room with a number of other people once we go into executive session. Commissioner Holstrom, would you care to make a motion to go into
Move.
executive
We
session?
go into executive session for discussion of 155 Hayden View Trail Notice of Appeal under citation 4B for purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions.
Second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye as well. We are going into executive session. We will come back out and then we'll be going into another executive session after that, and then we will adjourn. So for those of you that are going into the waiting room, if you want to stick around, we will report out at the end of each executive session, but there is not going to be any more public discussion this afternoon.
So she'll stay in this room and then we'll break out.
Yeah, put on the tunes. Oh, wait, that's freak out. Yeah.
No cigar.
Because you got this all in your head. Chris, there's a memo that Maura sent that may be useful. Do you have it? It's 13 pages. She sent it on December 13th.
Don't have anything from her. Oh, let's see, maybe on the 13th.
Coffee Lance?
Sure.
I have election complaints.
It's like crispy
No,
bacon.
Chris, would you like some burnt coffee?
It's okay.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Lance likes icy snow and burnt coffee.
You know him well.
Why he's always living the dream.
It smells fun. Okay.
Yes, marinated coffee, it's been marinated.
I have her memo, but I don't have a email.
Maybe the memo's in the packet as well. Is that right? That's totally possible.
You want to join the breakout room? Each of you.
Sure.
Sure. Let's see.
And we as the host
Join.
move into this one.
All right, sounds like we are out of exec session and back in public session. During our previous executive session, we only discussed 155 Hayden View Trail notice of appeal, and we did receive specific legal advice on specific questions. We gave staff direction. And now we are going back into a second executive session under citation 4B again, for the purposes of receiving specific legal advice on specific legal questions regarding the contest of ballot measure 3A. Can I get a motion to go into executive session?
To go into executive session to discuss the contest to ballot measure 3A, citation 4B, for the purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions.
I'll second. All those in favor? And Commissioner Brown is with us.
I'm back. I say aye.
Great. I as well. We are going back into executive session.
Thanks, Kay.
I'm gonna stay in the main meeting room. Someone just tried to pop me into the waiting room.
All right, everybody, we are out of executive session. During the session, we only discussed the contest to ballot measure 3A, and we did receive specific legal advice. At this point, we have completed our agenda for the day. I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second, all those in favor?
Hi.
Aye. Aye as well from Ann. Ann, I hope you feel better soon.
Yep.
Thanks for calling in today.
You bet. Have a great rest of the week, everybody. I'm not sure I'll see you at the Christmas party. We'll see. Probably not.
I was gonna say, go rest up right now so we can see you at the party.
But if you are sick, please, yes, refrain.
I know. I will see. But thank you very much. I've got a great Secret Santa present and everything. Oh well.
Okay.